First of all, I'd like to call for apologies. I have one from Dale Marie. I think that is all. Everybody else is in attendance. So can I have a mover and a seconder, please? It's for, she's unwell. So Claire's going to move. Marcus is going to second. All in favour? Carried. Okay, a disclosure of members' interests. I wanted to disclose in the one of the sites that we'll be discussing today is Mighty River Domain, and site manager of the domain currently. So I wanted to disclose that. Do we have any others?
Yeah, Madam Chair, both with the RSA, also with that Memorial Park and the cemetery, and of course Te Amiru Sports with the ground there.
Okay, thank you, Lou. Mike?
Yeah, just the one to do with schools in Cambridge asking to pull out of the bylaws. So, yep.
Thank you, Mike. Are there any other disclosures? If you own a dog that does not disclose. Okay, can I have a mover and a seconder, please, for those? Yeah, thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Claire. All in favour? Against? Carried. Now, are there any late items this morning? Nothing? Excellent. We'll carry on to we'll confirm the order of the meeting, please. Have a mover and a seconder for that. Can I? Roger Gordon's going to move it and Andrew Brown's going to second. All in favour? Carried. All right, so what we're going to do now is we've got a couple of recommendations that we would like to have a mover and a seconder for to begin with. So on page 19 of your report, you'll see our the recommendation. What we're looking to do is to move A and B. The reason for this is because we have received 2 late submissions. And I'd like to ensure that we're prepared to accept those or not accept those. At this point, I'm suggesting that we do accept them. I think there's been a good enough reason that I'm happy with for that. And of course, we'll receive the report. So that's A and B on page 19. Is everyone happy with that we'll do that? Yeah, okay. So moving a seconder, I've got Lou Brown and Andrew Brown as seconder. All in favour? Against? Carried. Okay, everyone, thank you very much for that. So what we're going to do now is we're going to invite Graham to the chair, and he is going to introduce the items for today, and then we'll move into the hearings. And I'd just like to say I really, really appreciate your outfit today, Graham. Very appropriate lassie featuring, and I was hoping that there might be a number of outfit changes throughout the day, but I'll just leave that, no pressure or anything, but.
Graham, can I ask you, are you registered?
No, but I am certified.
Madam Chair, is there any chocolate fish for the most amount of puns or anything like that?
All right.
Or we all gone to the dog.
Dog treats.
All right, I'll hand over to you, Graham.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everybody, and welcome to this, which I think is the dog days of my career. That's one each with Councillor Coles. We have reached the one of the major days of this project, which is the hearing of verbal submissions and consideration of all the written submissions as well. We have had 277 written submissions. There's an awful lot in there, as you can imagine. We've had 18 people request to be heard today. Unfortunately, one has had to withdraw because of work commitments this morning, which is unfortunate, so we're down to 17. This is a process that started back in 2022, reviewing both our dog control policy and dog control bylaw. We had a lengthy period of community engagement last year that resulted in about 240 comments. The parks team, the animal control team, done a lot of work in preparing a lot of proposals as a result of that feedback. And those proposals went out for consultation in May and June this year. That resulted in those 277 submissions. We've had a positive, well-engaged community. Obviously, not everyone is of the same mind on some of the issues. that is to be expected. There are some issues and locations where we've had a lot of agreement, but some where we've had a lot of alternative ideas put forward, particularly around those hours of off-leash exercise times on some sites. So that's an area where we've had a lot of comment. A lot of comments around Lake Tekuutu, the Te Awamutu War Memorial Park, Kakapuku Maunga. But we've had a lot of positive responses from people as well, and that's really good to see, good to read. We've had various comments around, oh, well, council have already made the decisions already. I'd like to confirm to anyone who is online that decisions have not been taken. I have no idea at all what any of you are thinking on any of these issues, which is exactly the way as it should be. I say no decisions have been taken as yet. This is the whole point of this process, is to hear what the submitters have to say, to support the written submissions, and we'll make or you will be able to discuss and make your decisions later. We have some submitters online. I'm not sure if our first one is ready online. I'm told yes. You've all got the hearing schedules there as well in front of you. So I don't think I need to say anything more other than let's go on with the show.
Thank you, Graham. Look, that's that was a very good introduction. And obviously, once we've completed all the hearings, we will do our deliberations. We'll start our deliberations this afternoon, and there is a second day planned if required as well. So what we will be doing, of course, is going through all the items in Appendix 2 and looking at locations in terms of our deliberations. So just giving you a heads up, I want to make sure that we're covering and have considered all the submissions, and the best way to do that is by location. So there are a number of very good maps. If you don't or require some more information, please let me know before we get to those deliberations. All right, okay, so look, our very first person to talk to us today is Craig Smart, and this is going to be by Zoom. So Craig, I believe that you are online. Now, councillors, you'll find Craig's submission on page 480 of your diligent agenda. So if you want to follow along. So are we able to bring Craig online? He's online, I can't see him.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, you can hear me.
I can hear you, Craig. Did you want to pop your video on, or would you rather just...
I tried, but start and try again. We'll try again.
It's up to you. It sounds a bit patchy anyway, so perhaps
But
best to... Okay, look, Craig, I'll hand over to you. You've got, you've got 5 minutes to begin with, and we may have some questions at the end.
Yes, thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to make a submission to a PA. Submission is, I just concentrate on points that come out. First is council's full understanding of the boundaries of the Waipa War Memorial Park. Second is the future plans for a park, the subject to changes in your dog policy and rules. And thirdly, some points about just dog areas in Te Awamutu and how they're unevenly distributed. So let's get to my first point, the poor understanding of the park boundaries. The park does not include the area around the netball courts extending to Racecourse Road. It is not part of the War Memorial Park. And in some council literature, it appears to be. The part of the park north of Mangahoi Stream and the house on Christie Ave is actually the first piece of land set aside for the park. So it's a little disturbing to find that it's left off the maps of some park maps and so on. But let's get down to the dog part of things, which is why we're here today. And looking at council's dog policies and dog maps and so on, going back 2009, 2015, the area of the park north of Mangahoi Street, south of Christie, was treated the exact same as the rest of the park. And since then, for some reason, and I can't even find councils supporting it, dogs at least have appeared. It's got into some publications and communications as a dog park, and there's been a lot of apprehension created. Part of what I want to do today is to clarify that, and obviously the policy from now on will be what policy you decide today, and your deliberations from further session, so that to some extent the past is slightly historical, and we can get to the common point and forward. So that brings me to my second point, which is, and all my objections really only to the part of the park north of Mangahoe stream. Happy with the proposals elsewhere. It's just that one area that I believe council's got seriously wrong. So that part of the park north of the stream, south of Christie Ave, is at the moment it's a picnic area, and in the future, and sooner rather than later, I think that there could be developed an area there. Older children and go to play area on the other side of the stream, but still a children's play area, a more adventurous play area, where children have climbing, balancing, more to play trail. The term given is Mupara, and the thing that's developing at various places across the country, and we would like to see one in that part of the park, and as soon as possible. It's not actually in any current funding, and it's in the concept plan for some time in the future, not in the immediate future, unfortunately. So the fact that it could become a playground in the future really means, to my mind, that if it becomes a dog park in the meantime, when it's changed, dog people won't be happy about it, and there'll be unnecessary angst and problems. So I just keep it dog free, or only dog on leash. That's the issue. Just dogs on leash per the rest of the park. Immediately to this area is dogs on leash area that stretches away from the course. So it's not like that area is the there's a place dogs right next door. You don't have to have a piece of.
Hey, Craig, we're finding it quite difficult to hear you. Are you able to move to a better location? Kitchen's always good.
No, I'm sorry. I'm in a site.
We started off well, but we're only hearing every second or third word now.
Oh, sorry. You don't know that the communications do come out. Anyway, I'll give a written version of what I said. You may be able to consider in due course.
Yeah, we have that in front of us, Craig. So we do have your written submission in front of us. So, and now I can't hear you at all. I think you're gone.
All right.
Oh no, there you are, Craig. I can.
Yeah. No, there's.
Let me check to see if there's any questions around our table. But I think we might have to call it a day, because we really can't make sense of the of a lot of what you're saying now. So are there any questions from councillors around Craig's written submission or anything he said verbally? No, there's no questions. Have you got any final comments, Craig, that you wanted to make?
Yeah, my third point, and that is that there's a large part of Te Awamutu between State Highway 3 and Park Avenue that's got no places dog all. I really think there should be a private council something about that.
Right, so that's the area between State Highway 3 and
Park Avenue. There's a whole quadrant of town. Look at your dog map. There's nothing there for dogs.
Okay, yeah, no, I just didn't quite hear what you said. So, okay. A good point. Park Road, I think you meant, yeah.
Yeah, Park Road, southwest quadrant of the town.
Brilliant, okay. All right, hey, look, thank you very, very much. I think that the information and your view has been, well received by councillors today, and we'll be doing our deliberations this afternoon. There's no other questions, Craig, so I think we'll leave it at that. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, thanks, Liz. Sorry I dropped out there. It happens sometimes, but not often. We do many communications by Zoom, and it's not generally a problem, so fortunate.
That's all right. It has been recorded, so you can go back and check. Yeah, and hopefully we've heard everything I think your main points have certainly been received. So yeah, appreciate you taking the time this morning. I really do.
All right.
All right. Bye
Thank
for now.
you.
Thanks, Craig. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, everybody, we'll move on to our next Zoom submission is Jacob Williams. This is on page 447, if you'd like to follow along. Hopefully the connection will be a little bit better. So Jacob, are you online? There you are. Nice to see you. Good morning.
Good morning, councillors. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can. Hey, look, thank you very much for your submission. We've got it here in front of us. We have read it. So it'd be great if you could, just work through the main points.
Yep, thank you. Thank councillors for this opportunity to be able to speak to my submission. I'll just go through a quick explanation of sort of our dog situation, and then I'll go through some of the recommendations that have been made in the summary report, and then some potential suggestions at the end for you to consider. So just to start with, we have two dogs, the Border Collies, and if you know Border Collies, they need lots of sort of long walks and stimulation and adventures, as we like to call it. And so we like to take our dogs on longer walks with the family, places where we can go where you can have a bit more of a walk than say around the domain or around the streets and to the dog parks, which are good. And we do enjoy those smaller places and we do use them, but yeah, these longer, more stimulating walks, such as like Kakipuku, are certainly valued by us. I note that we're already pretty restricted in the Waipawa district on places where you can take dogs for these longer walks. So it's a shame to be able to potentially lose some of them. Going through the recommendations made in the the summary of submissions and the staff recommendations. I'm particularly focusing on the Te Awamutu ones. We don't really stray too far towards Cambridge, but I guess I just want to say that the proposed time changes for the on-leash, off-leash areas for like the Memorial Park and other areas, I do support that, the recommendation made there. I think that's a good compromise, and it helps with those sort of winter hours and allows a chance for people to have their dogs off leash, but other people to be able to use the reserves and parks as well. So I think that's a fair recommendation made. I don't agree with the restrictions on dogs at the peat lakes. I can certainly understand that for like the Rotopico and Rotomanuka, where there's no tracks and there's the predator-proof fence and things like that. I understand that there, but at Lake Ruatuna, that's certainly a site that I use reasonably with my dogs. We like to take them there for picnics in summertime and then go for a bit of a walk around the lake. Your suggestions that it's sort of the biodiversity values there that are sort of restricting access. Well, I guess I just want to note that Ngāroto's got very similar biodiversity values, and dogs are allowed there. The recommendation saying dogs are allowed there for duck shooting time, so you're still saying dogs are allowed there at some times. And I just don't know if it's, maybe you guys have statistics on this that would be useful, but if it's patronized by dog owners much to warrant these restrictions, because I've certainly never seen anybody else here with dogs in all my visits, but maybe they're there at times I'm not, so that's I don't know. I don't agree with the restrictions on Kakipuku, mostly on the grounds that there's sort of no alternative sites to be able to go to. I certainly understand the cultural concerns of Mana Whenua and why you make the recommendation that you do, but I guess it's also worth noting that there are other use values of the mountain, such as dog walkers. Certainly we use it a lot and really do value being able to take our dogs up there and the whole family for a good haul, a good decent walk up the hill. I also sort of note that it is gazetted as a recreational reserve, and recreation is the primary purpose for which the land is held, and it should be maintained as that. It's not a historic reserve, only the top section is. I just, yeah, the loss of Kakipuku with no alternative sort of proposed or no other places you can really go to for those handy, decent walk up a hill, get some good exercise for the dogs and for us. It might lead to sort of, you know, people not walking as much, some well-being issues. Maybe they'll all go to Ngā which is the only sort of site that's left, and cause sort of use pressures there. And just some suggestions, I guess, that I've sort of reading through the summary submissions and some thoughts that I've had from living in other areas in New Zealand where dogs are a bit more welcome on these sorts of sites, is just for your consideration, I suppose, is to allow dogs back at the peat lakes, but in particular Ruatuna, because, you know, I understand the restrictions at the other sites, or at the very least, if you're not going to allow them at Ruatuna, even on lead, at least allow them in the recreational reserve at the start, because it is nice to be able to have a picnic there on the benches in the summertime and be able to have the dogs at least there with you for that part as a sort of minimum. I'd prefer dogs to be allowed on Kakipuku, at least up to the dockland, but alternatively, maybe there's some suggestions that can be made on other walks, decent walks that you can make on other council lands, so such as the Sainsbury Farm, the forestry reserves that Waipa Council has on the slopes of Porongia. I know there's a couple up there. You've got rec reserves scattered all over the place, paper roads, esplanade strips and reserves. There is plenty of opportunity there for sort of longer walks. Also, you could work with neighbouring councils to see if there's anything in their lands that we could use, or even on dockland. I do know that on the west coast of the South Island, they were trialling dog access to some sites and on some walks. So maybe it's a potential there that DOC would allow dogs on some of their maybe lower value sites, some scenic reserves and things. Or as another couple of suggestions I saw in the summary made by the submitters, having some kind of training or accreditation where if you can demonstrate good dog control, good dog recall, and being a responsible owner, that maybe you are allowed in some of these more restricted sites to be able to have a good walk, which I think is a good alternative and something I'd be happy to pay for as well.
Okay. Hey, look, thank you very much, Jacob. We are out of time, but look, really appreciate some of your comments here, especially around the Ruatuna, because yeah, there's I guess a lot of discussions to be had this afternoon, but actually having someone who's a regular user of that particular space, I don't know of too many others. So yeah, your comments there have been really, really helpful. I'll open up the floor for any questions. Philip.
No questions, Madam Chair, but just some really great practical suggestions there. So thank you very much for that. And I think a lot of us enjoyed that. So thank you very much, Jacob.
Any queries in particular? No? All right. Okay. Again, look, thanks for your submissions. Yeah, we'll certainly deliberate this afternoon and you'll no doubt hear the outcome.
Thank you, councillors, and thank you for the time to be able to speak.
Okay. Thanks. Bye for now. All right. Okay, folks, we've got our next submitter in person. We've got Mr. Graham Dunn here, and we'll find his submission on page 478. Graham, you're our first person of the day in person. And it's lovely to have you here. So I really appreciate the time you've taken to come into our council chambers. It's always a treat when we get to have residents come and talk to us in person. So appreciate that. So look, we have read your submission in advance. So if you'd like to just focus on some of the highlights, just as a reminder, so 478 is the page number in our diligent. Now, do you want to pop you, there's a little button in front of you, if you just push that, yep, and then we can all hear you.
Excellent. I noticed the previous gentleman was very polite. I'm probably not going to be of the same ilk. But,
that's all right. We take all sorts, yep.
I've got thick skin, so I hope you do as well. Okay. Initially, so I'm just going to be reading, I'm not going to, otherwise I'll make stuff up. So, right. Initially, when I tried to prompt people to submit their views on the proposed new dog rules, I wondered why a sizable proportion of them said things like, it's a waste of time. They never listen and they've already made their minds up. I thought them being a bit cynical until I looked deeper. I suppose it was council's initial attempt to advise the public of the dog rules review that really got me thinking. This notification was by way of a 30 small insert, along with other snips on page 2 under the brief section of the Courier. This was, of course, quickly ramped up once council realised people had awoken to what was going on. Well done to Grapevine, no kudos to council. In relation to Kekapuku, the decision had already been made over 2 years ago when Koltati stated, and I quote, "In relation to Kekapuku, that land is considered significant and an appropriate place for a dog," end of quote. He also said, quote, "Staff are working on 2 recommendations put forward by Iwi Consultative Committee and endorsed by the Strategic Planning Committee," end of quote. So council, over 2 years ago, had already decided on dog exclusion, partial or otherwise, from Kekapuku. I would like to therefore say that, quote, "No decision is made until after the community has had its say during the formal public submission process," end of quote, is a blatantly disingenuous comment from council. Then on May last year, quote, "Strategic driver Graham Pollard said that EV consultative and strategic planning and policy committees had previously passed resolutions aimed at prohibiting dogs from Kekapuku," end of quote. But in June 2022, quote, "Wayne Allen said council had not made any decisions. It was just trying to gauge public opinion." The question must be asked, is council deliberately being deceitful and misleading or just inept? Then, when it came to tear out submissions on the back of the Let's Talk About Dogs pamphlet, there were only 3 options available. And none of these was retain the status quo. The only tick box options were a lessening of dog access, further evidence of an already decision-made council. Does this remind one of the library poll? And is this to be part of future council's consultative tactics? But and I don't know how you pronounce this, LGOIMA, the local.
Goima, yeah.
Yeah, that one, yeah, okay. But that one, answer to one of my questions says, Waipa Council staff have met only informally with iwi to gain understanding of their concerns. Council will not be meeting with individual stakeholders to resolve issues. This is what the policy review and submission process is for. It will be through submissions that issues will be formally considered, end of quote. So despite the council's salt and peppering their statements with words like looking at suggestions, kicking off a review, responses will guide, etc., etc., it is obvious decisions have been made behind our backs. Graham Pollard, Koltati, and obviously other council staff must be aware of these contradictions. This was not a misunderstanding or a lack of knowledge on the subject, but rather a blatant and orchestrated act of misinformation from accounts with an anti-dog agenda. The consultative portion relating to Kekapuku is nothing more than the box-ticking exercise, and if I'd been party to it, I'd be embarrassed. That ends my review on Kekapuku. But to take this anti-dog argument further, with the other proposed restrictions that the council wish to apply to key domain, rugby, which has a 6-month season and is likely to be played on 30 to 40 occasions approximately, but dogs are big banned for the entire year. Cricket, which also has a 6-month season and is played approximately 35 times per year, is also to be off limits for the entire year. So council would rather see large parts of the domain sit empty and unused rather than allow ratepayers to use it to exercise themselves and their dogs. The stupidity of this decision is that, in relation to the cricket field, that the players have no objection to the dogs. Council have arbitrarily made this call without even talking to the people concerned. Council is causing discontent. But not all is lost, as Wayne Allen states, quote, "We won't take dog exercise areas away without replacing them." If by this Wayne meant taking away a sizable portion of key domain and replacing it with a not fit for purpose postage stamp size patch in a totally illogical location, then I suppose he kept his pledge. Common sense, Herber would call this a total farce. Might I point out that there are over 9,300 dogs registered with council, and with all these animals, there is a human and possibly a family attached. So, whilst not all these dogs get walked, this is still a sizable percentage of the human population that has been let down by council and by de facto being denied park usage. 9,300 registered dogs. I would bet that there are not that many rugby, cricket or polo players combined as there are dog owners. So now I wondered why it was that the dog exercise was being eroded from the domain, and I assume that is for money. Council want the key domain to be as self-funding as possible. And so whilst dog owners typically pay rates and dog rego, they do not contribute financially to the domain's ledger sheet. So in pure dollar terms, we are deemed to be a dollar neutral to the system and as such are a disposable inconvenience. But fret not all Te Awamutu and Kiki dog walkers, all is not lost. Cambridge has been allocated 5 new dog exercise areas, while we in effect get none. So now we can all jump in the cars and drive to Cambridge to exercise our dogs. Won't that be good for the planet? Well done, council. And now the cherry on the top. Council admits that with an increase in human population comes an increase in dog population. And how does council propose to address this increase in demand for dog exercise areas? Why, by decreasing exercise areas available. Can anyone from council please explain the logic behind these proposals, made with a few more contradictory comments and slogans? I could comment on the 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. dog walking curfew that is being suggested, but personally feel that the ridiculousness of the suggestion speaks for itself. Read my comments how it's dark at 8 o'clock. So, conclusion, council's proposals are: 1, partial or total removal of dog access from Kakapuku. 2, removal of dog access from cricket field. 3, removal of dog access to rugby field. 4, application of an 8 and 8 curfew, which is in effect a no dog rule. Offering of a not fit for purpose dog exercise area. But 6, are happy to take an ever increasing financial income from dog owners. In essence, taking all and offering nothing. And just as a final note, council, please be advised that stupid rules and laws will be ignored and cause nothing but discontent, frustration, and at worst confrontation. Does council want their staff to face the situation? And how does this sit with the council being a good employer? And this is why I say this dog has an anti-dog agenda. What other logical conclusion could one draw? That's it.
Thank you, Graham. Lots of food for thought there. Just a question that I've got. Have you read the agenda? Because a lot of what you've said has been updated. So we've got new hours that we're proposing through some of the recommendations.
No, where was that? How are we supposed to find out about that?
So I guess yeah, it is publicly available, and
But what forum?
it's on our website.
On the website, but nothing in the paper.
So the advertisement of that is absolutely notified. I might just get Graham to explain where else you can find it.
Not to me, it wasn't.
Okay.
And I didn't see anything in the paper, and I've been looking at it pretty carefully.
Well, I have some good news for you then, Graham. Excellent news. And that's so a lot of some of the things that you have said, I guess, through the public submission process, there have been some different recommendations made around or proposals, but we're going to deliberate those as elected members this afternoon. So nothing has been decided at this point. Kakapuku, all of the other items that you've mentioned. So your elected members around this table will be deliberating all of those points. And it was brilliant to hear your perspective. I really, really appreciate that, because we have a real difficult decision this afternoon. We have dog lovers and not so many dog lovers. So, it's always a fine balance, but I think a lot of your points have been made, and appreciate you taking the time.
So if decisions haven't been made, can you explain those comments over 2 years ago from Graham Pollard and Kalatucky?
So they are staff comments. The decision has been made this afternoon.
But it says that the decision had been made by the iwi consultative, and I can't remember.
That is a separate committee, and the iwi consultative committee, they may have made a recommendation, but the decision has been made this afternoon. So you know who your Tamarua councillors are. So they're sitting around the table today. They will be making the decision on behalf of their elected members, which is you and everybody else. No decisions have been made on Kakapuku until this afternoon,
But it sounds very much by the readings of the quotes of the paper that it's a foregone conclusion, doesn't it? I mean, I think we all pretty much.
Absolutely not. Completely disagree with that. I'm sorry, but that is what we are elected members sworn to represent our community. So we'll be doing our best in this place. So look, thanks for coming in. I think it's been really good to meet you, and we will. Oh, and look, Lou, you have a question?
Just
Sorry.
quickly, thank you, Graham. It was interesting what you're saying. I just read this, and when I read it, you just said, council proposed dog exclusion from rugby and cricket fields. There are some areas that was just specifically to the domain. Yeah, that was not included because some of the other areas are very high usage and could not cope.
Oh, no, that's my main concern is Te Awamutu based area. I'm not so much concerned about Cambridge other than the fact that they're
'Cause-
getting $5, we do nothing, but
Within Kiki, of course, at the domain, you do have a dog off leash area, which is operational there, isn't it? Within that area as well, currently.
we do, but there's also other rules there that there's era of exclusivity if people tend to book the park. So if you kind of go that way, assuming we're banned from the rugby and the cricket grounds when they're not used for, like cricket for starters, where they don't care where you're going or not, it's going to be empty pretty much for 330 days a year because they play it on cricket for 30. Now, where's the logic in that? Council doesn't want to sign up. 330 days a year, they can look after it, they can mind it, they can tend it, they can do everything, but you can't take your dog on it. And pretty much the same thing for rugby. And then if you want to kind of go the way of like if they book for exclusivity, then do you include RDA? They have it Tuesday mornings and Thursday mornings. They ride around the whole park. That means Tuesday, Thursday mornings, bang, suddenly gone. And if you sat there and got the map out of it with the rugby grounds and cricket grounds, then that's the size of proportion of that park gone. And you've got an increased base, increased people who want to use it, and council going, you can't have that, you can't have that. It's empty, no one's using it, but you can't use it.
Okay, so look, I think your point is well made. I guess one of the questions I will have for staff during our deliberations is what does happen to that space? Because don't forget that summertime, we do have rugby league often, trainings and things.
No, we don't.
So-
I go down there twice a day, virtually every day.
Yeah,
And
so you-
I've been for about the last 6 years. And
Yeah.
sorry, very, very seldom is it used.
So that's the question I'll be asking staff is what other usage is there? Because your point is well made, absolutely well made. Okay, hey, thank you very much again. Yeah, good to have you here.
Okay, cheers. Hope the coffee hasn't got coffee.
All good.
Okay.
Now, our next submitter is Rita Shaw, who is going to be joining us on Zoom. Do we have Rita online yet? I don't think we do. So look, folks, we might just have to take a minute to see whether Rita intends to join us. If not, we'll maybe moving to Sharon actually, because, but not now, not just, yeah, just hold ho for now. But I know that our 950 submitter, Adele Lofthouse, is an apology.
Maybe just tell them that's page 297.
Yeah. So if we have a look at Rita Shaw's submission, page 297, folks. And she's not due until 9:40, so we'll just give her a couple more minutes to arrive and then we'll see what happens. In person, Sharon is here, Sharon Sterling, and we'll find her submission on page 464. That's okay, you take your time. We've got plenty of time. Sharon, Sharon, it's lovely to have you here, and I know that you'll be familiar to many of us because of the work that you've done over at Memorial Park. I know you're a local passionate resident, and yeah, thanks for coming in to see us today, because I just know, yeah, you're a great advocate for Te Awamutu. So do you want to take a seat if you like and push the button? And we have got your submission. It has been pre-read, so if you want to cover some of the
I was counting on that, and that's what I'm just trying to say was, Joe's just handing out the map that I forgot to attach to my submissions.
Love the photo of the dog
just
too.
Give you it's your picture. Well, it might be Mr. Pollard's picture actually. There's just the boundaries of the park. Basically, it's not really it's not a lot of writing on there. Anyway, so good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me again. For the couple of new people and anybody who's forgotten who I am, my name is Sharon Sterling. I have lived adjacent to and overlooking Te Awamutu's beautiful War Memorial Park for 60 years, that being all of my life, or all of my life so far. I'm not dead yet. You will have looked through my submission, so really I'm here today to answer any questions you may have and also to supply the map I forgot to staple to it. So if I go through a couple of the main points on some of my topics of concern, War Memorial Park, all of this park is an on-leash area, despite pretense by some council staff otherwise. It is a place where everyone should feel safe. It's a place of quiet respite and of sanctuary for local people to enjoy a bit of nature and wildlife, 5 minutes walk from town. Bicycles must stay on the road, dogs must stay on their leads. Yarnley's paddock, or the paddock where the train used to be, is designated as a children's play area along with picnicking. Perhaps if council were to replace the play equipment, it would be clearer. It's not available for council staff to allocate otherwise. Staff comments, and what you were saying, but the staff comments have been published, indicate that the southern parts of the park are available for people who are not happy about having dogs near them, or words to that effect. Right? This is not the case, as staff are not at liberty to suggest this. The whole park is to be available to all comers at all times. Everyone is to feel safe at all times in all of the park. And I'll add to that, keep in mind, 7 out of 10 dogs run around loose in the entire park anyway. So staying south of the river isn't going to make a scrap of difference to anyone. The Pioneer Walkway is also an on-lead area. Not that you would know just by watching all the doggies running on 20 metres ahead of their owners. And that brings me to the next point, signage, education and enforcement. What exactly is the point of spending all the time you have on this bylaw if all you do with it is hide it away on your website where no one can find anything, not that any dog owner will be trying anyway, and just forget about it? A few other points. I've said something about dogs swimming in the Mangahoe stream within metres of an archaeological artefact, which we're told has some degree of significance for local mana whenua, and also near where the site where the pa was. I've browsed all the submissions as best I can in the time available, and I can't find that anyone else is really bothered about that. So are those sites really that important? I mean, maybe you want to check with those people. Okay, so I'll leave that for you to check about. Okay, about your hours on and hours off and so on. I think all you've done there is annoyed more people than you've satisfied. I don't see it working, partly because people won't cooperate, and mostly because your staff won't enforce it anyway. As for your more recent updated suggestions, they're actually worse than your original suggestions. And I think that at this point, it's just bureaucrats splitting hairs. I don't see it working for anyone. So to sum up, please remove the line about the Memorial Park completely from your schedule of dog exercise areas. It's not appropriate. Correct your map and please erect more appropriate signage in more appropriate places. So thank you very much for listening quietly. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Sharon. Questions? Marcus.
Just not so much a question as I noticed you put on there that cycling is not allowed on Pioneer Walk. Bikes are allowed on Pioneer Walk.
If you look at the pictures of the signpost, it's a dedicated walkway, it's a footpath.
Yeah, and the sign should be up there to allow cycles as well, but bikes are definitely allowed on the Piney Walk.
Okay, but we are talking about dogs. So dogs on bikes are not that I've noticed, Mayor Susan, but
It's not
let's,
impossible, really.
yeah.
Look,
Look,
planes.
Sharon, your points are well made, and I understand the sensitivities that you have and many residents share around Memorial Park. And yeah, I completely understand where you're coming from here. Mike?
Did I take it just on the hours that you thought the new hours were worse than the original suggestion? Is that what you said? Could you just elaborate on that?
I just find them more complicated. I just think people are just going to be so confused. And the thing at the moment is, like I say, 7 out of 10 dogs run loose in on-lead areas anyway. People are just like, oh God, they're just doing whatever they like. But yeah, or like you're even deciding yourself, is it 2 minutes to 9 or 2 minutes past? But yeah, I think I just find them more complicated now than, I mean, the arbitrary 8 till 8 was just plucked out of the air for a starting point, probably. But I think what you're coming up with now is, I don't know, I like it less than something I already didn't like anyway. But I mean, I'm only one person. And I mean, like I think I stated in my submission, I don't actually own a dog. I've loads of doggy friends, and some of my doggy friends are practically suicidal. I don't know, call it animal magnetism if you like, but some of my doggy friends will spot me from across the road and dump their owner and bolt to me for a pet, and they're out in traffic before I see them and their owner doesn't even know. And it's, guys, can you just keep him on his lead, please, when you come past my house?
Yeah, I can absolutely appreciate that. Look, and look, take your points around the hours. I guess it's a big deliberation for us this afternoon. And of course, we don't want to create confusion. At the same time, we're trying to find a balance. Got lots of opinions.
You have a lot on your plate, and I was browsing those submissions and I'm saying tiku. Oh, you must be in deja vu, tiku.
Yes, it's a hot topic.
It was to begin with.
Exactly. Hey, look, thank you very much. Really great to see you. And like I say, our deliberations are this afternoon. So
I'll probably go home and watch from there.
Okay.
I might stay here for a bit if anyone else is around to listen to.
We have 2 more submitters before we break. So you're welcome to take a seat in the gallery.
Thank you very much.
Right, we're just going to swap the submitters around, because I know that we have Debbie Glasson, but she's literally just walked in the door and I don't want to have her out of breath to get into the seat. So perhaps, Roy, if you'd like to go first. Graham. Oh, yes. She would like to speak to me.
I've had a voice message from Rita Shaw. She's unable to establish contact.
Okay,
to establish the link. She has said that she just wanted to draw attention to the fact that in Switzerland, dogs can go into lots of places. She thinks that it'd be great to have more places where dogs can go on leash for a hike and into town, and lots more places where you can exercise dogs on leash in Waipa. And I think is the gist of her submission, but of course her written input is there in the documentation.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so just so Rita will be as an apology, but we can find her submission on page 297. So we'll refer back to that later on today. All right, well, Roy, welcome. Good to have you here. We'll find your submission on page 372. So we'll just give councillors a moment to bring that up. We have had the opportunity, of course, to read all the submissions in advance, but you are here to talk to us about Lake Te Kutu. You're our first Lake Te Kutu person of the day. It's been very heavily dominated by Te Amutu up until now. So welcome.
I see that. Thank you. Well, I have to say I'm impressed with the diligence that the council's done, all the hard work, done a lot of work. I really appreciate it. It's awesome to see. And I've sort of changed my tune a little bit because of the recommendations that changed from the original 8 to 8 thing, which was to me the big issue, as it obviously is to a lot of people, because it's virtually a ban on off-leash dogs. It's not, but I sort of wonder if that was a bit of an enticement for people to comment, which is may or may not be so. But yeah, so I have a little dog that is really harmless to anyone, a little Shih Tzu, it never bothers anyone. So my preference would be to let be off leash anywhere, but of course that's not really feasible. And I do feel that people have a genuine concern who get rushed up to by dogs, whether or not they're harmful, meaning, or just friendly, because some pretty big dogs and they can rush up in exuberance, and people who don't like dogs, it's horrible for them. So they've got a right to. I think Te Kawiru is a jewel in the crown of Cambridge. We love going down there. We go down there just about every day, and we meet other dog owners and walk with a group of dog owners all off leash, and we never have any trouble. But I do honestly feel that the recommendation that's put forward for in summer 6 to 10 and 3 to 10 in the winter. Is that right? Yeah, off leash.
Yes,
yeah.
but off leash, that's correct. Yes.
I actually think that's a very fair thing. I think that takes everyone into consideration. First of all, I sort of thought, well, maybe weekdays off leash available, weekends on leash only. And my thinking there was families, dad's home from work, they can go down the park and they don't want to be bothered while they're having a picnic or walking around the park. And we notice we go mainly in the weekdays because there's less people walking. Most people, a majority of people have dogs off leash during the weekdays, but in the weekends there's a lot of other people there, and I think that would be another fair option. But I do like, and I just would reiterate that I think you guys have done a great job of getting people's and taking it into consideration. So I think the fear of people is that councils have their preconceived ideas and that's what they'll do, and I think that really sort of answered that question, that you guys are listening, and that's awesome.
Oh, well, thank you for that, Roy.
That's all I've got to say, really. You guys are great. Keep it up.
Are there any questions for Roy? I was particularly pleased to hear that you did support the new hours, because, you know, obviously that has brought a lot of comments into this process. And yeah, I was looking today for some reassurance or some extra guidance around whether those new hours might be more palatable for people. Yeah. It's always about providing that balance, isn't it, for dog lovers and non-dog lovers. Now, Councillor Gordon.
No, thanks, Chair Liz. I'd just like to support the comment that you made, and thank you for your comments in support of the change.
That's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Impressive.
Okay, if there's no other questions, again, thanks for popping by. Really appreciate that. Okay, everybody, we have our next submitter. Debbie and Kylie are here to talk to us. We'll find their submission on page 476. Debbie has been in the council chambers before, so she knows where to sit and hopefully how to use the microphone. And this is our first submitter of the day from Ohopo. So welcome, both of you.
Good morning, Mayor, Deputy Mayor Liz, councillors. We just wanted to come along and actually confirm that we are very happy with your ideas about creating a dog exercise area in the paddock, which is adjacent to the bottom playing fields at the Haupo Memorial Park. It seems that that's a space that was identified that council was keen on. We're very keen on that. We're keen on the off-leash space for that. I think that seems sensible. What we would like to do is actually create that. It's a big space. We actually want to just identify that there's possibly more than one use for that space. It could be, we've had some children or kids or teenagers in the area wanting to create mountain bike tracks, and they're sort of doing a little bit of their own creativity in the area, which is like kids. So we're wondering whether we should actually explore the option of how else we might be able to develop the paddock as well as some dog exercise area. So we just wanted to identify that while we're doing this, that we don't cut ourselves off from potentially using that space for other things as well. So we actually met with Councillor Claire and Councillor Bruce the other day on site and walked around with Brad Ward as well and looked at the space, and it was suggested that we look at a master concept plan for the area. And that would be something that we would like to do with council, and whether we can get the funding, whether that's something that's funded partially through council or the discretionary ward fund or something like that. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Does that help?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Kylie, did you want to say anything?
No, probably the only other thing is that within OHAPO that we kind of lack things to do for the older children. Like we have a small playground, which is good for little kids, and there's a little pump track. But aside from that, we kind of lack activities for our older kids to do. So, I mean, we want them to be outside doing things rather than stuck behind a tablet. So I guess this is an opportunity to be doing something for them. And our community keeps growing with new houses keep continuing to pop up. So it'd be cool to do something like this for them. Yeah.
We kind of recognise that some of this will fall under the Ahuhaki spatial plan.
Yeah.
But we just thought we'd identify it through this process as well, so we didn't limit ourselves.
Yeah.
And start talking about it. Yeah.
Fantastic. Look, thank you. And look, I do absolutely acknowledge that other submitters have identified that there's not that many spaces for dogs, and obviously taking the bottom field out means that be even less space. So other submitters have come into our process as well, have acknowledged that. So yeah, Councillor St Pierre.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it was great to meet with you on site, even though it was a freezing day. But anyway, I just wanted to check with you about the proposal to use that area, because when we met with you, you highlighted that access is a bit tricky at the moment, even for just going and walking a dog there.
Yes, so that's why possibly it would be good to actually work through council on how we access, because whether it's there's quite a number of little different options. Things that have been identified this year, and parking is a little bit of an issue. And it would be great to create it in off Falkirk Road and out off Sand Street, and maybe that is part of the access for the dog exercise area, or it's a staged event, and you possibly need a bridge or something across the drain, or access, somehow off Sand Street probably.
Yeah, and I was hoping that if this proposal, gets through in our deliberations, that it's identified that maybe some early work could be done to improve access to that paddock prior to like the concept plan being finalised or something, just so it's available to the community. Yeah, because it'll still take a while to actually do that concept plan, I think.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. Thank you, Claire.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Look, thanks both for coming in. I think we've heard from the Haupo community before, just around their concerns around the existing dog areas and children playing on the sports fields, and unfortunately gathering dog poo at the same time as playing their sport. So that obviously is not something that we want to continue with, and we want to make sure everyone playing on those sports field is safe. So this looks like it will be progressing, and councillors Bruce and Claire and Brad, course, and staff will hopefully continue this as well. But yeah, thank you for that. Really appreciate you both coming in.
Thank you.
Right, everybody, we're going to take a break. We are going to come back at 10:45. So, and Will and White, it's a long break, that's correct, but we've had a number of apologies, so that's the reason for that. So see you back here at 10:45.
Microphone on, so.
Okay, everybody, we'll head back into our hearings. Now we've got a few little changes here. We are a little bit ahead of time, so we've kindly, and Gloria is online, so we've kindly asked if Paul and Gloria Norfolk, who were planned for 12:40 today, to come a whole lot earlier, and so they've agreed with that. They will be presenting separately. And their submissions are on page 198 and 265. So Gloria, I believe, is going to go first. And first of all, Gloria, just so that everyone, and just a reminder to everybody that this has been live streamed and recorded. And you'll have 5 minutes, and we'll leave some time after that for questions, Gloria, as well. So I believe you're going to kick off, and we'll hear from Paul a bit later. So the floor is yours, Gloria. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Council has my full submission, so at this time, I think I will just read some of the main points here, if that's okay. First and foremost, we're not dog haters. Many of our friends and family have dogs, and we have a very friendly interaction with them. However, because of the behaviour of a small number of dog owners in August last year, on the Oval in Cambridge Park. We have become embroiled in this situation through no fault of our own. And I'm going to let Paul explain that situation in his comments. But just as a footnote, to answer a question he was asked at the time, yes, he is an internationally qualified coach. I want to stress that the majority of dog owners in Cambridge Park are very responsible and do observe the council bylaws. Signs erected by council last year have been pulled down and willfully damaged with spray paint when replaced. Because the park is not fenced, a dog has been observed running across the road close by, which is a very possible danger, not only to the dog itself, but to possibly other people and maybe vehicles. And yet another dog was seen running after a cyclist on the footpath, running through the park, and was not being recalled by the owner. My question is also, who will be collecting dog waste from the Oval, which has not been picked up by some dog owners? The only dog waste bin on the Oval was overflowing last year, and the local cafe owner complained to us personally about it. So on her behalf, we contacted council, and it is now being emptied twice a week instead of once. Also, we organised for a general waste bin, which has been approved but has yet to be erected. A growing dog club meeting on the Oval several times a week, which is absolutely no problem if you respect the council bylaws. The present restrictions do not inhibit them from meeting on the Oval. So I ask, why does a dog need to be off leash in order to socialise with other dog owners? And just because the Oval is handy for some, it should not be an excuse to ignore the council bylaws. There's a large dedicated dog park a short distance away on the corner of Shelley and Browning Streets. And we do support the council staff recommendations to create a walkway from Clifford Close to this park to shorten the distance even further. Council's dog patrol staff requested we take photos on the Oval as they were not always able to patrol the park area themselves. And after dog owners in Cambridge Park received a letter from council reminding them that this was an unleashed dog park, it resulted in online abuse to us personally. I note that alternative off-leash hours, also I'm a bit nervous, have been proposed, so I'm not going to make any comment on this. In conclusion, we care about this community, and for over 3 years, we have been making regular patrols in this area, staying out until 3 a.m. in the morning. As far as I'm aware, this is the only on-leash park in this area, and I believe it should remain so. Thank you.
Hey, Gloria, look, thank you for that. I can absolutely appreciate just how emotional and sensitive this issue is for you. And often, you know, when you live and you see this from your window, from your front door, and the place where you like to go for walks can be really upsetting. So, yeah, appreciate you taking the time to bring all of this to our attention. And yeah, obviously you've attached a number of things to that as well, which yeah, it's good to sort of understand the whole situation that's happening there. So we're going to be deliberating this afternoon because obviously we want to find a balance, you know, to the issues that are out there, and to find a way where we can try and get a better harmony happening for you. I think that's what we're all trying to establish, that's for sure. Okay, now do we have any questions from councillors? I'm probably looking at the Cambridge councillors. This is the Oval, which is of course the number of submissions that have been received. So any questions on that? No. So Gloria, I've got a question just around the hours. So there's been obviously the initial proposal was around the 8 a.m, 8 p.m, but there's a new recommendation after looking and that's come from staff around some other proposed hours. Have you seen those? How happy are you around that?
To be honest, I think the 8 p.m. to 8 a.m, I don't think those would be adhered to. Whether people would break the bylaws again eventually. I mean, it's obviously up to council what their decision is.
So
I
what
honestly still think it should be an on-leash dog park, regardless of the hours.
Okay, so there's a proposal that we'll be talking through later this afternoon that we might have off leash there after 6 o'clock at night and up until 10 o'clock in the morning over the summer months. So after 6, that can be off leash, but any time between 10 during the day and 6 p.m, that would be on leash. So we're trying to find a compromise. What are your thoughts on that?
Are we talking about, you're talking about summer months there?
Yes, only summer months, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're till 10 p.m. in the evening. Sorry, I'm getting confused.
Yeah,
here.
no, look, it is, yeah. So for summer months off leash, after 6 o'clock until 10 a.m. the following morning.
Oh, okay,
off
got you.
leash in the summer months.
Yeah, the point is, in summer, 6 p.m. is still, and it's still quite light until possibly 9 a.m. So how does that help families who after work or after school want to use the park up until that time?
Yeah, look, and this is just a recommendation. So these are the things that we're going to be considering. So Philip Coles has a question.
Yep, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Gloria, for your submission. Just with the hours, I know at holiday resorts or on the Coromandel, for instance, which is I'm very familiar with, in the summer months, dogs are got to be off the beach completely during the day, and that's from 9 a.m. till 6 p.m. And then in the evenings after 6 p.m, they're allowed to be on the beach off leash. So something, and the members of the community public are really educated on these timeframes, both dog users and dog owners and non-dog owners. So something similar to those proposed amended times would, I believe, work really successfully. As I said, the community are really familiar with those, and that does work. And it is 6 p.m. So your comment in the summer evening, these are summer evenings as well. So your comment in the summer evening of 6 p.m. is a valid one, but it is working, I know, very successfully. From my experience anyway, from the Coromandel. I'm not sure about other parts of the country around lakes and beaches and things like that, but yeah.
But as I say, as far as I'm aware, this is the only on-leash dog park in this area. There are off-leash dog parks, very handy.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and then the tricky thing is with the beaches is that this is during the daytime. So what do those dog owners do during the daytime when they're not allowed their dogs on the beach, because they're really restricted with areas to exercise their dog, and also you've got the summer heat as well. And as a dog owner,
so Councillor Coles, we're not deliberating; we're asking questions. Okay, so just we're not. Otherwise, we're going to get ourselves. We'll save all the discussion for this afternoon, the deliberating. Hey, Gloria, look, thank you very much. Your submission actually was very, very good at highlighting a number of issues that are obviously occurring over there around your home. Now, I believe we will be now hearing from your other half, Paul. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you happy to swap seats?
I am. Just one moment, and thank you again.
All good. Thank you, Gloria. Hello, Paul, your turn.
Good afternoon. Oh, good morning. Yeah.
It is good morning still, you're quite right. Hey, look, thank you for, it's actually really great. Often we have submissions from one family, and sometimes you have completely different points of view, which always causes us, to wonder, how everything is going in your home. But the good news here in this case is I think you guys are pretty much on the same team. So yeah, absolutely entitled to have your own submission, and we look forward to hearing from you now. So we have read your document, and yeah, happy to hear from you and highlight the main points.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to point out and say thank you to Graham Pollard. He's been a constant source of information and support. So thank you, Graham. This is a very tricky issue that had developed, and I never ever knew that the Oval was an on-leash dog park right from the beginning. We know that there's a big polo park down at Lamb Street. There's one in Shelley, which are off-leash parks, and there's one off on Pope Street. So there's plenty of facilities for people who want to spend a little bit of time walking towards these off-leash parks. We've seen fewer and fewer, more and more children coming into Cambridge Park, and fewer children using the Oval. Why? Because young kids cycling and old people are being addressed by dogs off leash, and I don't think it's fair that they should have to cope with situations like that, particularly as I say, there's more and more children coming into Cambridge Park, and they've got fewer opportunities to go out and play. The situation developed, and forgive me, this is not meant to be a personal vendetta, but I was coaching a young boy. I'm an international soccer coach. I was coaching a young boy on the park. We were using 10% of the park, 10%, and these 4, 5, 6 dog owners came along, stood by us and started to throw the balls into my session purposely to disrupt it. And after a while, I'd had enough, and I was leaving the park. I told the young boy to go to my home to protect from where he lived, and I collected all the gear and came home. When I turned round, there was one of the dog owners behind me and abusing me about using the park. Now, just a moment, I can use the park just like anybody else. And I abide by the decisions. Gloria and I, for 3 years, have been Cambridge patrollers. As I say, we're out 5 or 6 times a month. We're protecting them. I've got to protect everybody else. He abused me, and what he'd forgotten was that our house is full of cameras, external cameras. So we have him on camera. And then the council put up some signs, which Gloria explained. They were ripped down. More signs went up, and I actually went across and put 6-inch nails into them to protect them. The fact that they couldn't get them off, the dog owners couldn't get them off. Remember, we've got cameras. They spray painted them. And this has just become quite blatant by a set of people. And as I say, we're not dog owners. I just want laws to be abided by, and everybody else to live in the community as a respected individuals, respecting everybody's rights, etc., etc. The fact that everybody or a lot of people around the Oval have been told that we are anti-dog. We're not anti-dog, we're anti-owners. The dogs are only just doing what they're allowed to do. And one of the individuals who has named and shamed us on social media, in the newspaper, he's got 2 cats. And he has joined the realms of, we want the Oval to be a off-leash dog park. If it hadn't been for me at one time, he'd have only had 1 cat, because I was over on the Oval when one of the off-leash dogs attacked his cat, and I saved it. So in the end, we're saying off-leash, no. On-leash, yes. Time given to them. Well, I suppose they should be allowed time, but there's got to be a bit of control over what's going on, and there isn't. And they've abused They've abused the signs. As I say, I did not know that that was a total off-leash, on-leash park right from the start of the building of the Oval. I think it should remain so. But if you want to give them some time, then I think you've got to appreciate and abide by children wanting to, particularly during summer, children wanting to use the Oval. I've never used the Oval again to coach soccer to anybody. And as I say, there's fewer and fewer children using it.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. And look, it's a very special place. I can appreciate the Oval. You know, it was, I guess, the community, the subdivision was built around it, you know, so that it could be enjoyed by everybody. And I guess that's the balance and the decision we need to make this afternoon is about, you know, is about that, making it available for everyone. Now, do we have any questions, Philip?
Well, not really a question. Thank you, Paul. It is a very small area, though. That's just a tricky thing, and it's a highly popular area too. So yeah, it is a very small area. So thank you.
Okay. Any other queries, questions? No. Hey, look, thank you both. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Gloria, for being part of this process, for coming along this morning on Zoom and letting us know how you feel. And like I say, deliberations will be this afternoon.
Thanks for the opportunity.
You're most welcome. Okay, everybody, we're going to now move to our next submitter, which is Tracy Burke, who's online. Tracy's submission is on page 312. I did see Tracy pop up before, so I know she's there. We'll just wait for, Gloria's still there.
No, I'm trying to go.
That's all right, no pressure.
Bye.
Bye for now.
Hello.
Oh, Tracy, we can hear you. We can't see you. Did you want to pop your camera on?
No, it is on. There you go. Can you see
there
me
we
now?
go. I can see you now. I can see you. Hey, look, thank you very much for joining us this morning. I said to councillors, we've got your submission on page 312, so we can read along with you. But if you would like to highlight the main points, we have had obviously a couple of weeks to read all the submissions. So you're talking to us today about Lake Te Kutu?
That's right. Good morning. I've just made a few notes. I know you're very busy, so if I quickly go through my main points, and then if you have any questions. I would just like to tell you that I've lived in Cambridge for 23 years. I'm a ratepayer. Over that time, I've had several dogs, and I use the park with the dogs on a regular basis, at least several times a week. And there's a large number of regulars. There's many other parks in Cambridge that can be used by children. And I know because I have my grandson every second weekend, and we use so many facilities in Cambridge. No other off-leash parks in Cambridge meet the need for exercise for larger dogs and socialisation. For example, the park by the rugby park in Leamington is a very small fenced area. There's no enrichment except for a so-called agility course. I have never seen a dog on it. The owners use it to sit and chat while the dogs run around. The proposed times for Lake Te Kutu basically means it is unusable outside of daylight saving hours. It will be dark and unsafe when it's available. I would like to just also make a comment about the article in the Cambridge News some time ago. Poor journalism. 2 dogs and about 5 people were photographed with a caption, "Dog owners support leash park." Now, that was absolutely untrue. And there is so many dog owners who feel quite strongly like I do. You know, councillors, there's been a recent polling of satisfaction with the council. And I think it's really important that we listen to all people, not just a few agitators. I would also maybe put forward a compromise, make Lake Te Kutu available for off-leash for dogs Monday to Friday, weekends on leash, or maybe fence off the barbecue and toilet areas so that people feel safe there and no dogs can run into that area. I've travelled extensively overseas, and I have never been in a country that is so, especially in Europe, that is so dog unfriendly. as we are here. And locking dogs in small sections just increases their lack of socialization and understanding of how to interact with people that are not their families. So that's all I've got to say.
Oh, look, thank you very much, Tracy, for that. I'm interested in your thoughts on the proposed new times. Are you familiar with what those are? Because they're the ones that we'll be deliberating this afternoon. So that's to have off leash after 6 o'clock and before 10 a.m. in the summer. How do you feel about that?
Oh, beg your pardon. The last one I read was 8 to 8. So has that been changed?
So that was what we went out for consultation with, but the recommendation from staff, since all the submissions have come in, and what we'll be deliberating, well, one of the aspects we could deliberate this afternoon is that off leash after 6 p.m. and up to 10 a.m. in the morning during the summer months, and in the winter time, 3 p.m. and up to 10 a.m.
I
So
think
after 3 o'clock. Do you think that's a better compromise?
I think that would be a much better compromise. I think the signage, though, needs to reflect that. I have only once had aggression from a group of elderly people who were unhappy. My dog didn't go up to them, but they were unhappy and were talking very loudly about how dogs shouldn't be allowed. I think it needs to be very clear to people what the rules are.
Look, absolutely agree. And the last thing we want to do is cause any confusion. So whatever we recommend needs to be crystal clear to everybody and well communicated and have good signage, obviously, throughout as well. So I completely agree with whatever outcome there is that this happens.
Can I just ask about the last person? I only got the last bit of a submission.
Sure.
He was talking about the Oval. Where is the Oval?
It's in Cambridge Park, which is the Cambridge Taumutu Road. So on the way to Taumutu. So if you exit Cambridge, on the left, you've got Cambridge Park, and on the right, you've got River Gardens.
Oh, yes. I don't use that. The other thing I'd just like to point out, I know we do have the polo grounds, but you'd be probably quite aware that the polo grounds are quite close to quite a busy road, and there's no fencing per se that would keep a dog that suddenly went AWOL in. One of the beauties of the park at Te Kutu is you're away from the road considerably. You know, it would take a lot for a dog to get onto the road from that park.
Okay, yeah, no, look, I hear what you're saying there. All right. Hey, look, thank you for some of your suggestions. And I think we've all been making notes because some of them could very well be ones that we want to deliberate this afternoon. But for me, that opportunity around the barbecue, separating that barbecue area out could be something, well, I'd like to discuss it this afternoon as well. So thank you for that suggestion.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Well, and we'll be in touch. Well, I'm sure you'll read about what the outcomes are after this.
Thank you for listening to me.
Thanks, Tracy. Bye for now.
Bye. Okay,
we've got Katie online. We'll find Katie Hurlo's submission on page 442. Just give councillors time to find that. Again, a Lake Te Kutu submission. Katie, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hi.
Oh, hello. And we can see you now. That's brilliant. Hey,
Hi.
Look, thank you for your submission. And we've got it in front of us. Councillors have pre-read it. So the next 5 minutes is yours, and then we may have some questions for you afterwards.
Awesome. I guess for me, probably my concerns fall into two categories. Of course, it's my personal loss if the off-leash capability is gone from Lake Te Kutu, because that's probably my biggest use of all the things that are changing. But then I think probably I want to address the bigger picture where I take my personal loss out of it and see it as a loss to our community and opportunity to grow. Probably I feel that the loss of the areas where dogs off-leash encounter people provides actually opportunities for tolerance from both groups. If that gets removed, we actually just reduce those opportunities and people don't learn to actually tolerate someone who is different from them or might have a different choice of lifestyle from them. If people don't encounter off-leash dogs and dogs aren't encountering many people, is there a bigger chance of desired tolerance and behaviour from both groups? It actually reduces. Providing paddocks for off-leash exercise is great, but it doesn't tick all the boxes. You don't find anyone there apart from dogs. There are far less people, sometimes none at all. Plus, often in winter, these paddocks are wet. I've got young children. I don't desire taking my children to wet paddocks to walk the dogs with me. It's not desirable. And plus, there isn't kind of a track style walking, so it's difficult for exercise or running. To me, down the track, the removal of key off-leash dog/people areas only exacerbates a problem, and the outcomes are a backwards trend in behaviours and attitudes. Also, probably more breaking of rules across the board starts to happen because there's just not good facilities to use. So reduced tolerance overall. You might be able to fill me in if there has been a monitoring of users over the spaces at hand, which we're talking about. And you'll see in my submission, I just did my own at Lake Te Kuutu just out of interest to think, oh, maybe when I'm using it, maybe there's more walkers than there are dog walkers, if that makes sense. But you'll see that the times that I did track it and made note of it, there were way more dog users, lots of people that were using it off leash. And I do feel like these users, who are a big majority, and some of the times that you're looking at taking away off leash, are then being penalised unfairly. I'm just having a wee look at my submission now to have a wee look there. The hours that you're proposing, particularly in winter, and I know I could hear the lady before me talking about it, are unfair. As a female, I wouldn't take my dog running in the dark around Lake Te Kuutu by myself, but that's the only hours available to me. At present, I use it when I drop my kids off at school because I like to run after I drop my kids off at school. So those hours will be reduced and gone from me, so that's at a great loss. My reality is that since I don't live on a farm, I can't take my dog running in the mountains easily in a free and natural way because the majority of areas DOC doesn't allow this. And now my tracks and local paths that are local are being taken away for this type of use too. A more fair proposal for me would be to have off-leash weekdays and on-leash weekends. That would be a more fair use when I look at the people using the park. I listed a series of questions for you as a council. I don't know if you've got the opportunities to address these with me now. I'm guessing probably we don't have time, but if there is time for you later, I'd like you to consider those questions. My appeal would be that if this is a knee-jerk reaction to some complaints, it won't make those complaints go away because our tolerance just gets reduced when we don't have those opportunities to coexist. For example, when my previous dog was mainly paralysed, I took him in the park just to sit there because he used to love running there, and someone walked past and he barked at them and they shouted at me. You get badly behaved dogs, but you actually get really badly behaved people who aren't tolerant, and they're the ones that complain. Look at Switzerland, they make it work. Why can't we? They're very tolerant of their dogs and people have learned to coexist. So yeah, if there's time for you to look at my questions in this segment, that would be awesome. But if not, I understand that you can read those later.
Thank you, Katie. I'll ask councillors if I've got any particular questions for you. Understand that there's some questions that you've got here in your submission. Any questions from councillors first? Timing, yeah. Oh, do you mean the hours? Yeah. So I just wanted to clarify, actually, Katie, the recommendation we've got in front of us today around the summer hours are changed from the consultation. I just wanted to check, do you still believe like the off-leash proposed is after 6 p.m. at night and before 10 a.m. in the summertime? That's the off-leash.
The morning is better because it allows people like me who drop kids off at school to still have the opportunity to run their dog. So the morning one is better. The nighttime one, I don't think assists that much because, you know, you've got a lot of families in Cambridge, a lot of people with children, and I think it enables you to take your kids to the park and have that time with your dog and family and do exercise if you choose. So for me, it would be weekends seem more fair because you've got more people using it and that makes sense to have dogs on lead. I get that. But during the week, I'd like to see it remain as is.
Okay, all right. And look, and just to answer some of your questions, I did make some notes here. So we have had 128 submissions supporting off-leash dogs. but probably the best thing to do is to have a look at our council agenda that we're looking at, because you'll be able to see a breakdown of that properly. But this has been a very hot topic, let's say, Lake Te Kutu, lots of submissions on this. And of course, yeah, we'll be deliberating this afternoon. But if you take a look at that particular section and the recommendations, but you'll be able to see the data and the number of submissions we've had for on-lead, off-lead as well. So I think that will be probably of interest to you.
Yeah, so does that contrast with how many are supporting that it goes on leash or no dogs? I think I was interested in how many people were pushing for it to be changed and how many people actually want it to remain as an off-leash area.
Lots of people are wanting it to remain as an off-leash area. Let's just say that. So that's what councillors will be deliberating this afternoon.
Yeah, so I will be able to see somewhere what the comparison is to people who are wanting it to change, or there's not people who are wanting it to go to off-leash. To on leash, sorry.
There are some. There are certainly submissions in favour of on leash as well,
but not as many by the sounds of it.
Not as many, no. But again, like there are lots of people who've, like I say, this is a very hot topic because Lake Te Kutu is just so dear to us, and it's a place, of course, that many people. And you said at the beginning as well, Katie, that it's your preferred off leash place. It's for those that are living in the CBD, this is really the only place. So we absolutely acknowledge that.
And I guess that's, answering that and hearing that is, further presses me to say that needs to be considered, because when you look at the majority of users and you look at the majority of submissions, it's actually saying to you that we don't want it changed. So please, why change something that people are asking you not to? That doesn't make sense.
Anyway, that's what the consultation process is all about. So we've heard lots of different views, and we'll be deliberating this afternoon. So look, thanks very much, Katie, for jumping online and talking to us this morning. Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, bye for now.
See ya.
Okay, everybody, we are going to move to our in-person submitter now. We've got Margaret here, I believe. Welcome, Margaret. Thank you for patiently waiting. I'm sure you've been listening and enjoying the conversations to date, but would you like to come up to the chair? The ones, just right in front of the TV there. And there's a microphone if you want to push the button, and those that are online listening will be able to hear you as well. Right, so we've got Margaret's submission on page 424 of our agenda today. So Margaret, we have pre-read your submission, and I just wanted to remind you that we are live streaming and recording this as well. So there are lots of people at home who are listening, not to make you feel nervous or anything, but just so that you do know. And so the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kia ora, and good morning. My submission was very short, so this is kind of the expanded version, and I've also brought 15 copies, which I believe are going to be distributed.
Thank you.
You've got them for later. Sorry, I'm a bit croaky this morning. So my name is Margaret McQuillan, and some of you know me, and thanks for the opportunity to speak to my submission, which refers to nuisances, 12.1 and 12.2 in the draft proposal, and the limit on number of dogs to be kept, which is 9.1. I agree with the proposal section 12. However, in clause 12.2, I would suggest changing the wording, and the next paragraph on these sheets is the wording that I've suggested, so I'm not going to speak to that. Being a dog lover and having owned dogs most of my life, it would never have occurred to me to make a submission on the bylaw, because I agree with most of it. But if it hadn't been for the issues we've had at a neighbouring property over the past 2.5 years, issues beginning with one barking dog, then two, and now visiting dogs on site regularly, adding to the barking during weekends, holidays, and sometimes during the week, and with dogs rushing at the fence. It came to a head last Christmas when there were 5 barking dogs on the property over the Christmas period. These neighbours are aware their dogs are a nuisance, with the dogs often barking before daybreak, during the day and late in the evenings. And following an over the fence discussion, which got a little heated with the neighbours' family members, 2 of us at my property made a formal complaint to Waipa DC in late December 22. An initial letter from WDC suggested that animal control were taking our concerns seriously. We supplied comprehensive bark logs at Animal Control's written request and a background letter. In March, a survey was sent out to neighbouring properties, including to the owners of the barking dogs. And while I received a survey form, the primary complainant did not. And in fact, he was completely disregarded from then on. Those people who didn't return their surveys were then visited in person, yet not once did WDC come to our place to see and hear what was happening or to speak with us. At no stage did they respond to phone calls, an email, or even a personal visit here to the offices asking for an update. We didn't know what was happening. Eventually, at the end of March 28th, I received a letter saying, among other things, that it wasn't these dogs that were barking, when in fact it was. And our concerns were effectively denied by Animal Control, as we appeared to be the only people who had actively complained. Oddly, we'd been told by a WDC phone operator that heaps of people have complained about these dogs. So the whole thing has been quite bizarre. So I'm hoping, and that's why I'm here today, I'm hoping that by speaking to you, that you'll listen, you'll take our concerns on board and consider them when drafting the new bylaws. And I know you've got a lot of work to do. I don't know how the new bylaw or any bylaw will be effective during holidays and weekends, especially when more than 2 dogs are on property and their owners ignore any consideration for neighbours. And we simply cannot be the only people in the district experiencing these frustrations. Do you think it would be wiser to put barking dogs under the noise control umbrella? That's my question. Could a clause be included in the bylaw that action is taken, even if it is only one property that's affected and others choose not to complain? At my expense, I had corrugated iron sheets attached to the wire fence about 20 metres long between part of our properties. This was to prevent the dogs seeing me and rushing me when I'm in my garden, and it works. However, they still rush to the fence and bark at me. So we purchased outdoor bark control units at some cost, and these emit a high-pitched sound that only dogs can hear, not audible to humans. And they're designed to discourage barking. And we've had some success with these. To date, it has cost us just under $1,000 for me to feel safe in my own backyard, and I don't scare easily, and to get some peace and quiet in our home, which should be our sanctuary. I suggest as an option that council could make these outdoor bark control units available to affected neighbours to borrow, hire or purchase as part of their educational approach to barking dogs. This could easily be part of the practicable steps in clause 12.1 towards preventing dogs becoming a nuisance. Thank you all for the work you've done on the policy and bylaw, and in the main, I support most of the changes. However, I feel the proposed wording needs some more thought put into it and a little tweaking to enable a better outcome for all concerned. I'm more than happy to answer questions or have more discussion with you around these issues. And I'd also like to echo my thanks. Somebody thank Graham. Yeah.
Graham's the fellow over there with the dog on his sweatshirt today, just in case you're wondering. Hey, Margaret, look, thank you for submission. Look, yeah, I guess I feel really concerned that your living arrangements at the moment aren't ideal and that you're having to, It's a really tricky one, isn't it? And I really honestly feel quite sickened that you're having to have this go on in your life, because, like you said, your personal home should be your sanctuary. Yeah. So look, I will be making inquiries to see what else can be done. Really like your suggestion as well, just around the outdoor bark control units. I think that was a very sensible solution. So, yeah, your submission was really welcomed, and there will be a number of other people in the district who have neighbouring dogs who bark. So we do need to have this highlighted to us, so that we can ensure that whatever changes we make are accommodating this situation for you as well.
Thank you. If I may just say one more thing, I do think that if animal control had taken up our suggestion to fit bark collars to the dogs initially, that it would never have become as bad as it did. And the fact that we've got the outdoor bark control units now and are having quite a bit of success with them, it's the same thing. It's just approached from a different angle.
Yeah, and escalating, things escalate very quickly between neighbours. That's often the hard reality of this. When you live often, very peacefully beside neighbours and have a good relationship, it can deteriorate, and that's often where this becomes really hard and very upsetting. So I can appreciate that.
Talking, but the problem is with extra dogs visiting on weekends, when I understand animal control isn't available over holidays and long weekends especially.
Right, okay. Again, look, thanks Margaret for everything. Thanks for coming in today.
Thank you.
Oh, good Lord. Okay, Camille, who has now got a friend with Joe. I understand. Joe's and Camille are going to present together.
Well, she was just coming for personal moral support. The microphone I'm going to stand up.
If Camille is not well known to her, she is someone that I listen to every single morning, and I'm pretty sure that the new pie is out this Friday.
That's right, Friday morning. Thank
Friday
you for that
morning.
plug, Liz. Two pies available for Kids in Need Waikato. We're fundraising.
Thought I'd just put that little plug in there.
Good girl.
So this is Camille is presenting her submission today. Her submission is on page 479. And Joe was there for, I'm not sure that you need any moral support, to be brutally honest.
She's just there in case.
Okay. So, the next 5 minutes is yours.
Cool. Firstly, thank you all so much for listening to me. This is my first ever council meeting. I'm very excited. Although it's weird that you're all looking at stuff and not at people, but I'm going to try and hopefully not be too boring. Firstly, we all know that well-exercised dogs and well-socialised dogs are much happier dogs, and happier dogs make for happier townspeople too. Now, we know there's nearly 10,000 dogs in the Waipaha District Council, with that predicted to double in the next few years. So they need places to exercise safely. And one of the main areas that I'm going to focus on is some of the new changes proposed. Some are awesome, so I'm going to celebrate some of the awesome ones, and I'm going to say stink to the Lake Te Kotu one. Yay to the new one at the Oak Arboretum. That's an awesome off-the-leash dog area. It joins up two other off-leash areas, so it adds one big long corridor for people who've got really strong dogs that need a good off the leash area. Your big German Shepherds, your excited Alsatians, those ones that they really need to run. So it's important that they have those off the leash dog areas. I, however, come from the well-retired socialized dog who just wants to sit down. This is Milo. Everybody pay attention to my beautiful boy. Now, he wants me to submit because he wants to say, please don't stop him from walking at the lake off a leash. He's an old boy. He's retired. He's paid his rates for years. He's paid his fees. Why does he have to go on a leash on the one area where he can get a bit of water? He's away from the cars. There's not lots of little people there. It's one safe area in Cambridge where there's no playgrounds or anything. And he can saunter, he can see his mates and hang out rather than being on a leash. There's lots of other areas where we can walk them off the leash. So that's the main thing I want to talk about is Lake Te Kotu, because putting a time in seems, a bit random and arbitrary. There have been no cases or instances of any issues of any dog attacks or any problem people attacked at the lake. So why would we stop people from going off the leash when there haven't been any problems? It seems a bit arbitrary and a bit disingenuous, to be completely honest with you, that we're putting a time on something when there's no evidence to prove. The other areas that we've talked about, obviously, the Oak Arboretum is awesome. Some of the other areas are not suitable for a retired dog because they're like a little square. And if they are fenced, like the Shakespeare Park one in Leamington, I've got lots of excited young dogs coming up to my old dog. He's got really bad arthritis in his back legs. And if someone jumps on him, he falls over and he can't quite get up. So he's got to go somewhere where there's a bit of room, and the square little areas are not good for him. And he's not very good on a leash. He's very well behaved. He comes when he's called or anything, but he likes to go at his own pace. So this is a thing where I think if I go to the lake between, say, during the day when I'm there, and there's nobody there, there's one green area where people can go for picnics. And in my entire time living in Cambridge, I have never seen more than one person picnicking, one family there. The rest of it are runners, dog walkers, people getting fresh air, people going up to the playground, people using the very few steps that we have to do exercise, up and down the steps, up and down the steps, up and down the steps, because I see those people. Those are the kind of people who use the lake at the moment. So why are the dog owners being punished for something that's working really well at the moment? The new areas, as mentioned, don't offer enough to enrich my old dog or the new ones. And that's pretty much my main gist. Keep the lake the way it is. We love what you guys are doing. It's awesome that you guys moved this bylaw policy up a little bit, because I know it wasn't due yet, but I just think it's awesome that we're talking about it. Let's not forget, though, that dog numbers are going to increase. Therefore, we need to be future-proofing Cambridge and Te Awamutu and Kiki with more areas for our dogs to exercise rather than less. I think that's pretty much the gist of it, eh? Any questions?
Right.
I'm very good at questions.
Any questions for Camille? If you dare.
Come on, bring them to me. Susan, you've got that look in your eye. No.
Hey,
how many of you got dogs in the room? I'm quite interested to know. See, lots of you guys have got dogs. Have any of your dogs have any issues around the Waipa district? Been attacked or anything like that? No. Yes, one.
I've got a very similar dog.
Retired?
Retired, thank goodness, because he was a bit of a wanderer, though our place is fenced. But yeah, really, really good to hear your submission, actually. And it is coming through quite clearly about Lake Tukutu. And it's good to hear it not just come through in the written form, but I guess in the verbal form. It is, you are a powerful lady.
Wow. Thanks, I think. I'll take that as a compliment. You should talk to my co-host, drive him mental every day. So no other questions?
Any other questions? Bridget?
Where did I learn my breathing? Just life. And I've had vocal therapy because I started to lose, I've got vocal nodules. Thank you, Roger.
Hey, Camille, look,
Yes,
thank you for your ongoing interest. I remember when we did the last policy review, we sat together in Cambridge at the service centre.
When was that, like 5 years ago?
I don't know, somewhere around there. So your interest and your engagement on this has always been really positive, and I really appreciate, you sticking with us. And yeah, obviously you're right, lots more dogs coming into the district.
Yes.
And yeah, we still do get a number of lots and lots of submissions for and against, I guess. And this is the process, and we'll deliberate this afternoon around what the outcomes and what the new policy will look like.
Cool. And how long, like from now onwards? Because I had someone say, I won't be till next year anyway. That's how council works. I'm like, what kind of decision will it be by?
So our deliberations will be this afternoon. Yeah. So you can watch and listen to those.
I will be, don't you worry.
Yeah. Luckily, yeah. So you're very welcome. You're going to go home though, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just making sure you're not going to be in the chambers at the time.
I'm not going to wait, although
good.
that would be creepy.
No. Everyone's welcome to listen to. So you'll get a very big sense of the direction that we'll be going in. And in terms of the new policy, you're really asking when we will enact that.
Yeah.
Where's Mr. There he is, Graham.
G-Man.
Thanks. Through the chair, we are probably looking at the final adoption by council on the 26th of September.
Okay.
We could have done it at the end of August, but it means we've got to turn everything around tonight.
Oh, what else are you guys doing?
So this,
Come on.
So this will
All
go
reports
to
and everything written tonight.
So likely this has to go to a full council meeting.
Yes, it does.
Yeah,
This is a big one.
So that will be the end of September is what Graham is indicating.
Cool. Graham's awesome, by the way. He's had the best puns on all of his comms. This man has not run out of dog puns yet, okay? Just so that you know. Yeah, I know I couldn't find my dog shirt, but I've got my dog badge on, okay? Thank you guys for having me, and yay, dogs for life.
Thank you, Camille. Nice to have you here. Thank you. Okay, now we've got Darren here. Now, Darren, you've got it's pretty hard following that performance, isn't it? So, yeah.
I'm not sure if I can. I'm going to bring the tone down a bit and talk serious. No.
That's fine. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Coles.
I'll explain who I am. So
hang on a moment. Sorry.
Oh,
Sorry. Okay. So, Dan, would you like to take a seat?
I can, yeah.
Great. You've got your button on,
Don't want
so
me to stand up.
you're ready to go. Councillors, this you'll find Darren's submission. He's talking on the from the Association of Professional Dog Trainers New Zealand. His submission is on page 628. This is our late submission that we approved this morning. So that's okay, Darren. We're happy to have accommodated that. So look, the next 5 minutes is yours and we may have some questions for you.
Yeah, please do. So I'm also here on behalf of myself and the probably 400, 500 people that are on my community page within Cambridge and Hamilton, so mainly Cambridge. So I've got a lot of feedback from other people. I'm going to condense it, okay, pretty quick. But actually my submission really is mainly about the lake. That's probably one of the biggest contentions that the people in Cambridge were talking about. Obviously there are other issues, but the Cambridge one, definitely, the Cambridge Lake, definitely a big one. Random times, more stringent than beaches. Maybe want to look at the beach policy, because I think probably we want to be looking at wildlife issues. I don't know what the issue is with the lake. I really don't. I couldn't find any literature about that. So in terms of dog attacks, I understand there's some rushing of people, dogs. And again, from a behavioural point of view, one person's perception of a dog rushing is another person's perception of a dog rushing past. So we really need to maybe not just listen to people's perceptions and actually look at some kind of behavioural understanding. So some kind of quantitative assessment of what's going on there maybe would be good. Hand up, I'll help happily. Right. So I'm a clinical animal behaviourist. I'm postgraduate qualified. Been doing this for about 25 years. The president of the Association of Professional Dog Trainers in New Zealand. So sort of got a bit of a standing when it comes to dog behaviour. I train down in the lake. Okay, so I will go down there and I will train people to behave, or people to behave, not dogs. Dogs are just being dogs. Okay, I've never ever in 7 years of being in Cambridge seen any issues down there. I've seen lots of joggers having a go at me for having a dog on a lead. Okay, and I've had altercations with people where I have a dog completely controlled under the law, and I've still had people abusing me. Okay, and that's not in my submission, but that's just a by. The other thing that I think we need to think about is it the minority that are affecting the majority? Because again, we've had 10,000 dogs in the Wide Par. It's a lot of dogs in Cambridge. It's going to be a lot more dogs in Cambridge. Look at those houses, 1 in 5 or 1 in 3, I think it is. I recommend it, are going to likely to have a dog. The other thing is that the lake is actually one of the only enrichment areas for dogs. Now, as a behaviourist, I'm going to come in and talk to you about flat land with dogs running around. It's a no-no, guys. It's absolutely the worst thing you can do for a dog. Look at Canterbury. Look at Christchurch. Look at their dog parks. Look at what enrichment they have in their dog parks. Flat land just makes dogs get all excited. They run around crazily. The owners don't have the education to stop the behaviour, and then we have fights. In the lake, they're sniffing. They're looking around. They're not interested in dogs. They're actually being enriched, which is what makes for a happy dog. Okay. Also, if we take away those environments, we're taking away the very places that dogs need to go to assimilate into our natural world, right? And that's what problem we have, isn't it? Our dogs don't understand how to live in our world, and that's why we have issues. Sometimes our humans don't understand how to live in our world, by the way. Yeah, maybe we should be focusing on that as well. So taking the lake away in that situation is probably going to make more problems for you or for the council generally. I'd like to, first of all, say, I think Helen's team is amazing. I've worked with them a lot over the years. If you don't know who Helen is, you should do. So I think they do an amazing job given the constraints that they have. But there's one thing that you guys and every council in the whole of New Zealand pretty much ignore is education. And we have this discussion every time we have a council bylaw, education. If you have 10 people misbehaving and 1,000 people not misbehaving, education is the way forward. You educate those people to behave around their dogs. You should not have a dog in a dog park off lead if they cannot come back, if they have not had the training, right? So your efforts should be going into the education side. And I know that people are saying, yeah, but we educate primary school children. That's wonderful. But 80% of dog bites are in the home, and therefore they are under management of the parents. And I don't know why, but every council I've ever spoken to just avoid education of parents. You've got amazing dog trainers. We've got 149 dog trainers around the country. There's about 7 dog trainers in Cambridge alone, okay, from the APDTNZ. We put our hands up, help. We want to help you guys to educate the public. But I've never had anybody other than Helen, and I've done a bit of work with them, who've really made it as serious. It's just been volunteering. Yeah. Well, make it a priority, because closing something down doesn't change the situation. It's just like taking off a leaf off a tree. You're not hitting the roots of the problem. The roots is you're not educating your dog owners, and you are getting huge amounts of dog owners in this area, and you have an obligation to do that. We educate our children so they're good citizens. Well, let's educate our owners so that they become good citizens with their dogs, because dogs are just being dogs. It's the owners that are not being responsible owners, right? I don't train dogs anymore. I train owners. It's true. It's true. I'm a psychologist. I don't do dog training. I do owner training. Okay, so please. Anyway, that's my serious note. Thank you very much for listening to me. And thank you, everybody. You really are doing a good job. And I applaud most of the things you're doing, actually, really well.
Oh, look, thank you, Darren. There was some really good comments there.
Oh, I have one last one. Sorry, I really have to.
Yes.
The bark, the sound, please don't use it. It's aversive. It's really bad for dogs, and it's going to screw up your wildlife. Because it doesn't just affect dogs, it also affects the native wildlife, your birds, your animals and stuff like that. Okay, not a good thing. And the code of welfare that's changing, the Animal Act, is going to say that you shouldn't be using that. That's going to be one of the standards. So please don't do that.
Just a point of clarification, Darren, in your submission, you said that the off-leash, you suggested some new times. We've also suggested some new times. I wondered what your thoughts were on that. And that is in the summer months, off-leash after 6 o'clock and before 10 a.m.
Yeah, that's in line with the.
So you'd be supportive of the off-leash?
I think that a non-lead area during the peak times isn't a bad thing, but again, there's got to be evidence behind the reasons. Okay, so if there's no issues there, then why change it?
Yeah, I guess the other side of this is, and something we'll be deliberating this afternoon, is that there are a number of people who don't go to Kutu because they're afraid of dogs.
Okay, right.
So we can't measure that.
So there's a happy medium between the two.
That's the balance that, as an elected member, we're always having to consider. So
I think most people would come home from work and then they would go for a walk, and that would be around the 6. I mean, I don't go for a walk at 8 o'clock. It's pitch black. There's no lights. Can't see anything. Dangerous. It's dangerous.
Absolutely, and absolutely acknowledge that. Hey, Darren, thanks very much.
Cool.
Yep, great. We've got some questions. So we'll start with Andrew. Yep.
A question anyway. Look, I hear what you're saying about training people, not dogs.
Yep.
I guess from council's point of view is how do we make sure that the people who need to be trained are trained? So, I mean, we've got people like you, fantastic. Do we charge an extra fee to get the, because I mean, it's got to be funded. You don't do it for nothing, do you?
No, well, I have done, but I would prefer not to.
Yeah, so any suggestions for us?
Gosh, I'd love to sit down with you and discuss that with the team. Definitely, that would be something I'd love to do. I think if you were to keep things open so that people had the lake and stuff like that available, and then I think people would probably pay a little bit more. I might be wrong. I certainly would, right? But I think you've got to understand that the Dog Control Act is about protecting people, right? And people need to be educated so that they can be protected. So there's an obligation on the Animal Control Act to educate people to protect themselves against dogs, right? Not the other way around. We're not training dogs, we're training people to understand dog body language so they don't get themselves in trouble. And that's what the Dog Control Act is about. The Animal Welfare Act is about the dog side, right?
Yeah,
Let's not mix those up because they're very different.
About the mechanism.
Yeah, I know. And money's always an option. But I think if you said that you were going to provide enrichment like Christchurch do, and that's going to cost, and education's out, I think people would probably pay a little extra. I don't know, but I think they probably would. Yeah.
Okay, Lou.
Yeah, thank you, Darren.
No worries.
Excellent.
I just want to ask one quick question to you.
Go for
We're
it.
all focusing on Lake Takuta, but I do notice that the old motocross track is going to become available at some point in time.
Yeah.
Now, you were talking of the flat areas and all the rest, but it hasn't got the water, but it does have the area that could be utilised.
Yeah, yeah.
Is there any potential for that?
I think so, yeah. And again, I'm always coming into this from what the dogs need. If a dog is enriched, it activates what's called the seeking behaviors, and seeking behaviors de-stresses naturally. Yeah. So the more they can be enriched, the more they can sniff, the more they can do that, and opportunities to do that, then the less stressed they are. And stressed dogs reenact their bad behavior, their predator prey drive, and that's what their bad behavior is, right? So if we can de-stress them, God, does that sound like people? It does, doesn't it? Jeez. Yeah, so applaud that one, definitely. More of that. But you can make a flat piece of land enriching. Plant some lavender, great idea. Just things that sniff, you know, not just flat land. Flat land's boring. Yeah, causes problems, causes dog attacks.
Okay, everybody, I think there's no other questions.
Thank you so much,
Again,
appreciate it.
thanks for your submission, Darren. Now we've got Peter Nicol, who I think is known to us as well. Peter, your submission's on page 502. We'll let you take the hot seat. I know that you've submitted in the chambers before, haven't you?
Not in the chambers, no. I
Oh.
haven't, no, actually.
I've seen you somewhere, I'm sure.
Yeah, I write a fortnightly column in
Oh, I've
Cambridge
seen you in the
News.
paper. There we go.
Right. But not about dogs. No.
Okay. Hey, look, thank you very much for submitting, and the next 5 minutes is yours.
Okay. My wife and I have two dogs, which we walk twice a day. I've heard some of the other submissions, so a lot of what I'm going to say you've already heard. But an off-leash walk for a dog is a completely different experience for both the dog and the owner. For a dog, a walk is more than just exercise and fresh air. It's about exploring, examining new smells and socializing with other dogs. And it's impossible to do some of that or most of that off-lead. I also want to talk primarily about Lake Takuta. Our afternoon walk is usually around the lake. I grew up in Cambridge and we used to play down by the lake, but you couldn't actually walk all the way around the lake when I was young. I came back to Cambridge 8 years ago after 50 years away, and the lake area is fantastic now, particularly compared with what it was like when I was young. We walk our dogs off leash once we've left the car park area, and there are a number of other dog walkers we meet most afternoons, and almost all of them have their dogs off leash as well. The dogs and the people socialize well. It's become almost a daily ritual that we meet the same people. We only know them by their Christian names and the name of their dogs. We know the name of their dogs better than them. You could probably imagine that the main topic of conversation in the last month has been Lake Takuta and dogs off leash. It's dominated our daily talks. We probably walked our dogs around Lake Takuta over 1,000 times since we came back to Cambridge, because we pretty well do it every day. I've only seen a dog chasing the birds once in all of those walks. I've actually seen children chasing the birds more than I've seen dogs chasing the birds. Also the birds, I mean, particularly the coots and the pukekos don't seem to be particularly worried about people and dogs. They normally stay up on the grass and keep eating as we go past. The ducks are a bit more flighty, but I suspect they're more scared of the people than the dogs, actually. So the birds don't seem to be particularly worried from my experience. Now, I do realize, particularly in some of the lakes, a very popular place for picnics. And so we need to find some way to share it. The first proposal you put out of giving the dog walkers between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. did give us 12 hours in a day, but they're not 12 hours you can use. That wasn't sharing at all. It was basically banning the dogs. That's what effectively. Now, I'd thought of several ways that you could actually share it, but almost all of them I've heard while I've been sitting in the chairs from other people. There's no real new ideas. In my submission, I suggested having a rather better sharing of the daylight hours. And the chairman has already suggested that you're looking at that. I like the winter hours of dog walkers before 10 a.m. and after 3 p.m. would be perfectly acceptable to us. Similarly, in summer, I'd quite like it to be 5 p.m. rather than 6 p.m. Because we tend to walk around 5 p.m. But that was one of my suggestions, was to share the daylight hours, not the hours of the whole day. Another one I had, and somebody did mention it, was to actually declare the area under the trees down by the car park where most picnics take place as an on-lead area, and leave the path around the lake as an off-lead area, because that's where most of the dogs go. That would be another way to share the space. I do make some use of your other off-leash areas. About once a week I go on that walk by Thornton Road in the town belt, and if it's raining and the dogs still want to go out, we tend to go to McKinnon Park, because you're at least under the trees, you don't get too wet. But for most dogs and most dog walkers, Lake Te Kutu is the jewel. So that's the one that we're most interested in. And that's the one where you need to share it rather better between picnickers and dog walkers.
Thank you. And look, I note your submission, and obviously we've had a little theme in the last half an hour on Lake Te Kutu and the shared views around that. So look, thank you. Any questions from any of the elected members? No, thank you, Peter.
Okay.
Lovely to have you here.
Thank you.
Right, Vivian, the nice lady from the bank. Many of you will recognise Vivian from Cambridge. So Vivian, your submission for councillors is on page 360. And you're going to talk to us about the corner of Thornton Road and Maclean. So the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. My name's Vivian Dunn, and I've lived in Cambridge for just over 20 years. And I'd like to thank the Mayor and the councillors for giving me this opportunity to present my submission in person. I'd like to propose that the vacant land or the vacant playground on Maclean Street in Cambridge be repurposed into an exclusive off-leash park for small dogs and puppies. Maclean Street Reserve has been proposed as a dog exercise area, which I believe is only fit for the benefit of small dogs and puppies, as the area is not big enough for larger dogs, which require a bigger area to run and play in. Small dogs and puppies up to the weight of 12 kilos.
Organised to you. That's so impressive, Vivian.
Oh, that's
Pictures
okay.
of the dogs and all. Yep,
Yeah.
perfect.
The reason why I've chosen the weight of small dogs at 12 kilos instead of height is that some dogs, Staffordshire Bull Terriers, are listed as a small breed, but they can weigh up to 17 kilos. So they're a much heavier dog, even though they're small. Puppies up to 12 kilos, as big dogs, were once puppies and deserve a safe environment to explore the world around them and to socialise. It would be great to have a designated area for small dogs and puppies to be off leash in an enclosed area where they will be safe to run and play from the risk of injury by larger dogs. Small dogs can look like prey and larger dogs can do significant damage to smaller dogs. Puppies would benefit from interaction with smaller dogs and the freedom from larger dogs, which could be very intimidating for young dogs who are just learning about the world outside their home environments and need to be protected from injury and from over rough interactions with larger dogs. Socialising your puppy at a young age is very important and should be encouraged as soon as possible to prevent the development of a range of behavioural issues and issues within the community. I know from my own experience that young dogs can be easily overwhelmed by larger dogs, especially off lead. I had this experience with my previous dog, Lily. She came to our home as an 8-week-old miniature fox terrier. When she was able to be out in the community after all her vaccinations, my 2 children and I went to Lake Te Kutu, as many people do. She was injured there by 2 rather large golden retrievers who were just very boisterous, but not controlled by their owner, who was quite abusive to myself and my 2 small children. Lily did not get over her fear of larger dogs her whole life. When Lily was 12 years old, my son and I were walking her down Brian Mayo Reserve. She was on a lead at the time, and she was attacked by 2 huskies. Now, if my son had not been with me on that terrible day, Lily would have been killed by these 2 dogs. This was about 8 years ago, and all the details of this attack are in the council records. So when poor Lily recovered, we tried to resume walking her, but she was very fearful of larger dogs running off lead. And when they came over to her, we'd pick her up and ask owners to take their dogs away. I would have loved to have had a safe place to walk her in, but there was no such place. She lived to 15 years of age. I'd also like to recommend including some agility play equipment, such as a small tunnel to run through and over at the top, a viewing platform, which they can climb into by way of a small ramp. This would provide enrichment, which we've talked about, activities in their playtime in the park, if not to supplied by the council, grants can be applied for through various organisations. I've been out in the community, hang on, yep, and in the weekends and during my breaks from work, and I have got lots of feedback from everybody. There's a book with signatures. The idea of an off-leash park for small members of our community has been overwhelmingly supported. The general feeling is that a small off-leash park is something they would love to see happen. As many have stated, they are not using the current off-leash parks for safety of their small dogs. They are concerned about the larger breeds of dogs that are just too big and boisterous. Lily is the reason I'm here today. She was my inspiration to make a submission for the small space for dogs like Lily and puppies to have an area where they can be safe. I'd like to see my submission turn a vacant plot of land into a vibrant community hub for our small dogs and puppies and their owners, where they can meet and allow small dogs and puppies to be safe and enjoy freedom that off-leash play can bring. Thank you again for allowing me to present my submission here today, and I hope that you've listened to the people from all over the community of Waipa that an off-leash park for small dogs and puppies is greatly needed. Our dogs are not with us for a long time. Let's make sure that they have a good time, but a safe time as well.
Thank you, Vivian.
And there is my current little puglets, Theodora and Josephina.
Oh, they are beautiful. Hey,
Any
look,
questions?
thank you for that suggestion. And look, I actually have seen a number of examples of small dog enclosed areas off leash overseas.
Yes.
And I can see how it works well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely, I've seen it. So I can understand, you know, the suggestion, and absolutely we'll talk about it this afternoon. In fact, I'm going to ask staff for their comment on it this afternoon, whether that's a direction that you know, could be incorporated into future planning, because there is a big difference between little dogs and big dogs, right? In terms of their safety with
And
each
a
other.
lot of the people that I spoke to have actually had their small dogs attacked. In fact, one of them had a pug and she was also attacked at the off-leash park in Leamington, and she will not go there ever again.
Yeah, no, look, I can absolutely appreciate the anxiety that causes to dogs, but also dog owners too.
Yes, okay.
Hey, look, thanks, Vivian. Are there any questions?
Any questions?
No? Okay. Look, I think your point is well made, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right, we have Emily here from the Kakapuku Mountain Conservation Society. So welcome, Emily. The submission for Emily is on page 475.
Hi there.
Welcome. Nice to have you here.
Thank you.
Your button is already pushed on, so that's good. So basically, just a reminder, we are recording and live streaming this as well. But yeah, very, very nice to have you in the chambers with us today. Really appreciate your submission as well. We have pre-read it, but if you'd like to cover some other highlights.
Okay, great. Yes, so you've read it. I don't need to pass around any copies.
If you've got copies there, I'm sure it's always good to have. Yep.
Just keep one for myself. Oh, there we go. Oh, sorry.
I might just start while it's being passed around. So my name is Emily Empson. I'm the current chairperson of the Kakapuku Mountain Conservation Society. I have only been in the role for a year, and from the outset would just like to say that there's probably a whole lot more people who have a whole lot more knowledge than I do, but I am the one who's here today. So we have made a written submission just in relation to the issue of dogs on Kakapuku Mountain. And I have covered 5 points, which are the main reasons why we oppose dogs on Kakapuku. But first, I'll just give a little bit of a brief outline of our group and what we do. So the Kakapuku Mountain Conservation Society has been in existence since 1995. It's a well-established group that's still actively managing pests on the Maunga. We've got about 20 to 30 volunteers and have done some huge work on the mountain in the past. We've released North Island robins and karearea. As a group, we take a lot of pride in our part in the conservation and protection of the Maunga, and we feel a really strong responsibility for the Maunga. Yeah, we really believe in trying to enhance the biodiversity up there, and are all doing it as volunteers with that in mind. It has previously been a really strong group. There was I think most of you probably know the Hoverds who started the group were extremely passionate and had a lot of knowledge and have done a lot of work in the last 10-ish odd years. I would say that we have been mainly doing our pest management program, which is really successful. We've got Chris Monk, who works for the Waikato Regional Council, who that's what he does as his core work. He's our pest management officer, and he plans our program, and it's all approved by you guys and by DOC. But we are at a stage of looking at what work we can be doing going forward. And part of that is we're currently looking at getting a biodiversity report that tells us what the state of everything is on the Maunga at the moment, so that we can make some informed decisions about what work we've got to do going forward, whether we can apply for some external funding, how we can be helped by council or DOC or any other agencies who want to engage with us. We appreciate the support that council has given us to do the work that we do on the Maunga, and we note that we receive $5,000 a year from you guys to do that work. So we're grateful for that. But yeah, we are in a stage of looking at where else we can go to. And I just provide that as a background, I guess, to, to show, I guess, one of the main things we're concerned about is that if the dogs were still allowed on the Maunga as they are now, that may limit some of the work that we'll be able to do going forward as well. I know that they're not allowed on the DOC part of the mountain, and yeah, just whether that will limit some of our ability to, if we wanted to do bird relocations again or anything like that. But the main 5 reasons that we've got for why we oppose dogs on the Maunga are the protection of the flora and fauna. Dogs do pose a risk to the fauna of Kakapuku. The stress caused by their presence within the environment has a direct impact on the behaviour of native species, potentially affecting the breeding success of falcons or hawks. Dogs are indiscriminate in their dining habits and will predate on fledgling birds, lizards, geckos, and invertebrate species. Dogs could bring worms and other parasites onto the Maunga. I'll speed up. The last 4 points are, which have been covered in your summaries, are the reality of the Maunga, reality on the Maunga, and the consistency of messaging between DOC and yourselves. Danger to dogs from bait, which is something that we're starting tomorrow up on the mountain, putting the bait in the bait station. So there's always the risk that dogs could ingest the bait. That's relatively unlikely because it's in safe containers and it's all approved by DOC. But if they ingested any carcasses, that could be a problem. Previously, we understand that dogs were prohibited on the Maunga, and maybe at a change when it was resigned from a nature reserve to Waipa District Council, the dogs became allowed, and at that point there was no consultation, we understand, with our group or with the marae about it. So there's always been a bit of a bone to pick about that. The other thing is our relationship with Te Kopo marae. We understand their position is that they oppose dogs on the Maunga due to the cultural, archaeological and spiritual significance. We respect that their position, and we appreciate the link between the cultural, archaeological and spiritual value alongside biodiversity. We think it'll can work all together. And we are happy to see that the staff do seem to be proposing not allowing dogs on the Maunga. And we just want to come today to really reinforce what we've put in our submission, and thank you for the time to be able to do that.
Thank you, Emily. Appreciate your thoughts there. Lou.
Thank you very much. It's quite interesting listening to you, Emily. It's very good. I just want to ask one thing. With the bait stations, what prolifically, how often are they set or put up? Because I do know from my own personal experience that eating contaminated vermin like possums, etc., is a real problem for dog owners.
Yes. So we put up signs when we're in the bait stage of our process. So we're starting, some might have gone up already. Actually, I'm going up tomorrow to do my bait line. But there will be signs saying, so it's from about now through until, I'm going to get this wrong, and I didn't bring the right piece of paper, I don't think. Maybe I did. I feel like I went back up again in February, but I think that was because we had a poor result on our line. Generally, we take all the bait off by Christmas. But yeah, as I said, I think this last year, but we have, the signs are all up there.
So there's a likelihood of contamination or contaminated, bodies around until well into January, even into February. Obviously, some take time to die.
I can't actually answer the science of that, like how long. But
it is a thing to actually, remind people of it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, that's all right.
Any other questions, Marcus?
Is there any way with the multiple paths that are up on the mountain that that dogs could use part of the mountain? And if dogs are on lead, then the bait stations and stuff shouldn't really be an issue, should they?
If dogs are on lead, then yes, the bait station shouldn't be a problem because they are away from the main line. Though around the old track, I couldn't tell you, again, without looking. I could probably get that information and email it to you, whether there's some around the old track, but that's not supposed to be used as far as I'm aware. What was the second part?
Well, I did the old track yesterday.
Oh, okay.
With the dog.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to kind of have a look at it.
Yeah.
And I was just wondering, is there any way that perhaps part of the mountain could be for dogs, like on lead, and other part for the walkers, like the old track could be used for dogs?
I would have thought no, because our risk to the birds and the wildlife is everywhere on the mountain. So I wouldn't think, but in terms of bait ingestion, again, our network covers, I can send you a map, but our network covers pretty much all of we've got about 15 bait lines, and we've got 2 good nature grids, one of, I was looking at this earlier, no, again, I'm not going to have that information, but there's some, but no, probably.
Thanks, Emily. Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Emily, for your submission.
Cool. Thank you very much. Thanks for the time.
All right, Dominic, your turn. Been waiting patiently there. So we've got a submission from the Te Kopua Marae Committee on page 459. We'll let you take your seat. Lovely to have you here. Thanks for your submission, which we have pre-read, but we'll let you highlight the The pieces, next 5 minutes are yours.
Well, thank you very much for having me, to the Vice Deputy, our Mayor, our councillors and our staff that are here as well. What I'm going to talk about today, thank you that you've read the submission. What I'm going to try and do in the next 5 minutes is to portray a Māori worldview. It's going to be hard to do in 5 minutes, so I'm going to start by introducing myself because that's going to hopefully sow the seed. Oh, hey, Kirsty. So, no waiaho, ko kakapuku te maunga tūpuna, ko waipā te awa, ko matakaro te whenua, ko te kōpua te marae, ko Ngāti Unu me Ngāti Kahupungapunga, te hapū, ko Dominic Tumuana Vales, taku ingoa. Now, in that introduction, the first thing I said was no waiaho, which most people would translate to as where am I from? But wai means water. And so what I'm really saying is, from what waters do I come from? And then the first thing I said was Kakapuku is the ancestral mountain. The word maunga means to capture, to pull things. I'm mowing this thing to bring something. So maunga means to capture. And it's talking about the water cycle. When we, as mana whenua, introduce ourselves, we follow the water cycle. So I started with Kakapuku as the maunga, capturing the water, and then it flows down through our streams into the awa, which is what I then introduced next, Waipā te awa. It flows out into Matakaro, which is the land around Te Kōpua, south of here, and that nourishes the whenua. On that, we built the marae and the people there on Ngāti Unu and Ngāti Kahupungapunga. And then I introduced myself last. So we go in that order to follow the way through. We call our maunga our tupuna, our ancestor, because to us, as just in my introduction, I actually introduce the mountain as part of my genealogy. I'm the last person in the line. It's almost like it doesn't matter. It's everything that was beforehand. So I wanted to explain that to at least give an idea of where we come from when my submission, when I talk about distress. I noted in one of the guiding principles of the dog policy, it talks about that it doesn't cause distress to the community. And that was the word I wanted to focus on today, about what that distress means from a mana whenua perspective. The maunga itself is alive to us. It's not a volcanic cone thing or whatever. It's not a soil and rock. It's actually a living entity, and it sends off energy to us. So when you see a maunga to us is a thou. It's not an it. It's a person that we talk to every day, that we greet and so forth. So when we look, if you see it from that point of view, that is why Ngāti Unu or Te Kōpua Marae, Ngāti Unu, Ngāti Kahu is against dogs being on the maunga. I was thinking yesterday, how am I going to explain this? And I suddenly thought about, I saw in the submission it talked about cemeteries. And I thought, maybe I could use that one, because as soon as I saw that and to say where we're going to change things on cemeteries, I thought there's no way that's getting through. It doesn't matter what where you're from. Nobody's ever going to improve dogs running around on the cemetery. And I thought about that, and I was thinking a small plot of land, this means we're all going to the cemetery to see our loved one who's passed. And there's that small bit of land, and that's an important piece of land to us. We don't want to see dogs running around or anything happening, because that's a place of respect. If you take that and then turn it into, magnify it to the size of a mountain, and now it's alive, that is how mana whenua see a mountain, is that there's so many stories up on that mountain, from past sites where great battles happened, people got killed up there. Even there were some gardens up there, which no one would think there's interesting stories from a garden, but there's some interesting stories that happens on gardens up there. And then we've got our sacred sites, like where the water spring used to come, and the, what are they called? Patupaerehes, the Māori word, like spiritual beings that used to go down to a special spring there. All those sorts of things are all part of that mountain, that's part of our history. And so when we see dogs being used on it now, that causes us distress, because it doesn't fit our worldview. So I'm hoping that gives a bit of understanding of where mana whenua come from when we talk about distress that it causes.
Thank you very much for that explanation. I think that that has been very, very helpful. And look, this topic is not unfamiliar to us. We have in the past heard a number of suggestions from local iwi, but also from others as well who live close by. I think Emily's submission as well, also in support of prohibiting dogs. So yeah, so this will create a very healthy debate after lunch, because I understand we've had, a number of submissions for and against. So this is going to be quite a tricky one, I think, for us to be working through. Are there any other questions? Any questions from Claire?
Thank you so much, for speaking to us and giving us that insight into the Māori worldview. And I don't mean to cause any disrespect or anything to you. I mean, I guess you know that there's lots of people that are saying they don't want to lose access to the maunga. So the picture that you painted for me really was that the entire maunga is absolutely sacred. Really because, of the water that comes down off its slopes. So would you say that there's no part of the maunga that you would feel that it would be okay to have even limited access of dogs on it?
Yeah, the answer would be no. And that's because as a dog owner myself, and I love my dog, he's my best friend, he's even replaced my wife as on my picture on my phone. And she knows, she's like, what the? And I feel for the dog walkers and stuff. However, the mana whenua stance based on the worldview is still, no, it doesn't work. The car park doesn't count either. As in, like I could say, the car park, but that doesn't work. I know that it's not something that supports our worldview. But thank you, Claire.
It's really good to get your comments on that. Thank you.
Mike.
Kia ora, George. Mike Pettit through the chair. Just because there will be discussion on this later, and just taking it a big step further that Te Ao Māori view in terms of past this particular maunga and into others. I'm thinking of Mangakawa, and there's a bunch of other maunga around the district where we haven't even had this conversation. I'm just wondering what, because it's not just your hapu or iwi, it's really Te Ao Māori view, which is across all, I'm assuming, and just repercussions that might have. It just might help me make a decision this afternoon of just having your thoughts on, do you think this is going to ripple, like this is going to come back to other areas with maunga?
Yeah, I'm going to talk a little bit more about Māori worldview, and a typical Māori approach in the past, and it still applies now, is that everyone stays in their lane. And so I can only speak to Kakepuku. And if I were to talk about any other maunga, for everyone who's watching here, they'll be seeing me talk about somebody else's maunga. But I hear where you're coming from and how this could set a precedent. Oh, I would like that, but it would be up to other mana whenua to speak to their maunga. So unfortunately, I can only speak for Kakepuku.
Thank you for that. Kia ora.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any other questions for Dominic? No? Okay, look, thank you very much for coming through today.
Thank you all.
You are our final person as well. So we will now break for lunch and we shall return. I think we'll make it a 1 o'clock start if everyone's okay with that. And what we will be doing, as I mentioned earlier, is working through Appendix 2. We'll see you all back here then. Nearly. Okay, everybody, welcome back to our deliberations for this afternoon. So we're going to be working through Appendix 2. I'm going to hand over to Graham shortly, and obviously we have a number of staff around the table and support, so welcome comments. So look, Graham, over to you first.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I hope you all have a good lunch. Introduce the team that we've got here as part of the enormous team that have been working on this project. But I've got Carl Tutty, Matt Johnston, Brad Ward, and in our back row over there we have Diana, of course, as legal counsel. So hopefully between us we can help you through these deliberations. We have provided for you a summary of the staff recommendations picked out of Appendix 2. That might just help you, save you going through all pages of Appendix 2. There's a booklet of site maps and an extra site map that we printed this morning for Lake
Ruatuna, yes, correct. Yep, we've all got that
so
now.
That might all be helpful when we get to those various places. It occurred to me actually that the bylaw is statutorily reviewed every 10 years now. So that means that actually the changes you make today are likely to affect today's dogs for the rest of their lives, and indeed most of the next generation of dogs as well. So for the dog owners, it's just another 10 years, but for the dogs, it's really a major part of their lives. So Appendix 2, this is structured so that it gives you some overview of the types of feeling that's out there regarding dog exercise areas, dog on leash areas, prohibited areas, also the general comments around those times for the on leash, off leash sites, without necessarily referring to any specific site. We then have some comments around enforcement, and this might be something that you want to really think about how much enforcement we want to provide, because of course every time we set rules, there's an expectation that council is going to enforce those rules. The more rules we make, the more people are going to expect to see animal control officers or someone out there enforcing those. And of course, if that doesn't happen, then we get complaints to council as well. So you might want to just bear that one in mind as well. And then we go into the specific locations arranged by ward. So we're starting with, we go on to some of the more district-wide locations like cemeteries as a whole, playgrounds as a whole, and so on, and then into the specific locations by ward, starting with Cambridge, finishing with Kakipuku, and then there's just some smaller in terms of number of submissions received, issues around the dog control policy. We have quite a lot to get through. We do have a reserve day if we need it. Obviously the community will be watching and having access to this, so I'm sure they'll be hoping for robust discussions and decision making. Thank you.
Okay, look, thanks, Graham. That's setting the scene, everybody. So look, as we said, we're going to work through Appendix 2. So if we start on page 511 on our agenda, we'll start with the district-wide issues. So our first issue is the off-leash exercise areas in general. So Graham, any comment there?
Just general scene setting. These are people that just wanted to comment around the need for exercise areas off-leash, specifically, not really relating to any particular site, but just wanting to put their views forward.
Thank you. Any comments, councillors, on that? 32 in support of continuing off-leash exercise areas. I think that's pretty straightforward. If we're okay with that, we'll move on to page 514, which is our next items. I'll give you a moment to, that's the on-off leash times. So the suggestion around that, which of course has changed.
Yes, indeed.
514 we're on now.
And the changes are on 517.
I don't think there was a single submitter who liked the 8 p.m. to 8 a.m.
I think you're right. I don't think anyone liked the 8 a.m., 8 p.m. So the suggested, well, we should have them in front of us, but we've got it's essentially 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. on leash summer, off leash 6 p.m. to 10 a.m. summer. Now, there was some discussion to look at weekends versus weekdays. So I would like some consideration towards that because it has been suggested a couple of times. Thoughts on that, everybody? Bruce, did you want to start?
I didn't think that was a good idea. It's simple, but can it be implemented? Okay, Monday to Friday, and they have the weekends as on lease. So, for thoughts.
Mike, you want to go next? Yep.
Yeah, just on that, and also, I mean, Cambridge at least, and same over here, you've got dairy factories, you've got a lot of shift workers where they don't work Monday to Friday. You know, their working week is what the hours are. So your life's got a bit more complicated than working 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. So how I see it.
Philip?
Yeah, I'm not in support of that. I would have it as a 7-day-a-week blanket. A question is, what's summer?
Daylight savings hours.
Right. Okay. And going back from my experience with regards to the beach, they have it from just before Christmas through to about the 1st of March. That's just some feedback for you. Is there a period of time where it is dogs off beach, off leash, off beach from 6 p.m. to 9 a.m. So,
are you supportive of the hours, Philip, that we're proposing here?
I'm supportive of the amendment to the hours, maybe slightly less, but if you're talking about Saturday weekends versus weekdays, I'm not in support of that. I would have it as 7 days a week.
You want to keep to hours?
7 days a week. Yeah.
Okay, Andrew, and then Marcus.
Yeah, just to clarify, so the hours thing, it's not every location we're talking about, is it?
No. Yeah, just some recommendations that we move to hours. If we were to move to hours, would we move to hours or would we move to weekday versus weekday and weekend? Okay, so you're a no for the weekend thing as well. So I think we're leaning towards hours still. So I just want to make sure that we're okay with this recommendation. Marcus and then Mike, Monty.
I'd actually like winter to be like proper daylight savings instead of making it 4:30, either just make it 5 to keep it easier. So summer it's 8 to 6. So winter it should be 7 to 5. No. Oh, hang on. I confused. Well, dropping out because you got a 4:30 in there, and it's like 4:30s. That's not.
There's no 4:30s.
No, hang on. I'm looking at 116.
There's no half hours. We're on the hour.
No, I'm looking at the wrong page.
That's okay. All right. We're
What
going
I've done
to
is
strike
summarise
Marcus Gowers' stuff from the minutes. So Monty.
Yeah, just the observation that most of the submitters this morning who had promoted the weekday weekend alternate to the 8 p.m., 8 a.m., they were suggesting it as an alternative sharing mechanism. But when questioned with the updated hours, most of them said, oh yeah, no, that's a much better sharing mechanism. So I think it probably, my sense is it had pretty widespread support even amongst those who had been advocating for a weekday weekend split.
I agree with you. Absolutely. Who hasn't spoken? Lou?
Just a question to you quickly. We've got an hour delay between implementation of these on both winter and with the daylight saving. You've got an hour before they actually go into it. So 7 p.m. start for off leash and 9 p.m. to 5 p.m. on leash. So that's disparate to the fine. So they're not operating on those times. They're operating an hour later. Is that correct?
No, I don't think you're right, Lou. I think we're working on 10 till 6 on leash for summer 10 till 3 for winter, and off leash 6 till 10 summer and 3 till 10 winter. That's the recommendation.
Through the chair, can I clarify?
Yes, thank you, Graham.
That on page whatever it is in terms, I'm not sure because I'm working off my appendix 2, but I summarise the alternatives that the submitters have put forward, just to give you an idea of all the other ideas that came forward. Under the individual sites, we have the recommendations. So I summarise them for every site as well. It might be that you want to have a different time on a different site. Maybe not.
I'm very much in favour of
recommendations.
same times.
The 10 till 3 or the 10 till 6 on leash times. So look at the recommendation, please, not just the summary of the submitters' ideas.
Yeah, thank you, Graham. I think that we'd like to see standardisation of times across whichever we choose to move to times. Obviously, that's to be still decided. Is that, we got a consensus around that? I'm seeing lots of nodding. Good. Roger.
I was just going to say a blanket timing schedule, keep it consistent throughout all days as well.
Yeah.
So
We-
each day we've got the same regime.
Because we have heard from submitters that we don't want confusion. And I think that's something that we could easily end up with if we have different times for different locations. Oh, Philip.
So, yeah, thank you. Sorry to be harping on about holiday spots and things like that, but I do know it's for clarification and for education with the members of the public, dog or no dog owners, having it blanketed at the same time right across the district. And they have it in the summer hours and public holidays. So that could help with weekends or winter hours, I mean, public holidays. And then signage, there's one of the submitters said having really good signage. There's really, really good signage at both ends of the beach, whether it's harbour or estuary, on and off the beach at public access areas.
So we're not going to talk about signage because we've got that coming up later. So let's just stick with the times.
But
yeah.
Yeah, I'd
okay.
keep it really simple. And if we implement the times and summer holidays versus winter or something like that.
No, we're sticking.
Summer versus
no.
weekend.
So we've got it with the recommendation is daylight saving hours. So can I get consensus on that, please? Yes. Okay, we're going to stick with daylight savings hours, and we're all in agreement with the hours, the recommendation that's come from staff. Yeah. Okay. Brilliant. Thanks, everyone. Yes, in fact, that these decisions are well. We've actually just done quite a lot in 10 minutes because they're going to carry on through a lot of the other stuff that we're doing. Okay, so if we move on, our next item is on leash.
Yeah, there's just general comments around on leash areas. Only
517.
Only 4 there. 3 in favour of on leash areas and 1 not.
157.
And then some submissions around prohibited areas generally. Now there were tick boxes on prohibited areas. That's why there's a certain number of submissions is looking high as to whether people are in favour or not. Or
okay. So just on the on leash, were there any? Yeah, anything on the on leash first? Claire?
Yeah, I think that some people don't realise that the default is any reserve, they can take a dog on leash. You know, like there's comments about Pirongia. Yeah, they're allowed there. Okay, on leash. Yeah, like the Sainsbury Road Forestry Block. Yeah. So I don't know if it could be reiterated where we just, you know, notify our decisions that, you know, just to make it clear that any reserve, Waipara District Council 1, yeah.
The default position is on leash.
Dogs permitted on leash. And there does seem to be some confusion that if there's a playing field it's only the playing field that's prohibited, but the area around the playing field, that's okay to have a dog on leash, provided everyone picks up. Yeah, yeah, yeah. that kind of
Okay,
thing.
so should we move on to that dog prohibited areas, because that is specifically regarding playing fields and sports grounds. So if we just agree on that part, and then we can talk about the surround. So we're still on page 517, so talking about dog prohibited areas.
No decisions needed as yet. This is just background.
Any comments on that? Yes, playing fields and sports grounds, so.
Perhaps just quickly, on the sports fields, when you say just a sports field, there's actually an administration area that we actually fence off, which is about 3.5 metres on either side. That's for the players, reserve players and all the others that sit there regularly for most sports. So we actually allocate virtually all of that space within our operation. So I just make that point that to administer that would be almost impossible.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I mean, you're more involved in sports fixtures than me. It's just that the presenter spoke specifically about the Kihikihi domain. And, you know, we have that map that shows the sports field, the playing field, but all the green that's still there is still, yeah. Is that correct? I haven't got
Yes.
that, yeah.
Yeah,
Brad.
I might take them with Carol if necessary, but what Mel was just saying as well is that it's quite hard to differentiate what is a field and what's not. We kind of deal in platforms now. So, I mean, I'm thinking a good example, John Cooker Park in Cambridge, you know, the junior fields change shape quite a bit and can change over the season. So it's kind of the whole, everything inside the footpath, I suppose, is a sports platform. So that's where we probably just to clarify that. But
And that's in line with what you've mentioned, Lou, you know, I think. Clear.
Madam Chair, then could we maybe use that terminology about sports platforms rather than fields, and then people might get the idea that it's not just where the boundaries are marked or something?
That's an excellent
Yeah.
recommendation,
Use
I
that
think.
terminology. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Question, Alan, Diana.
Just checking whether she can define that.
Through the chair, what we're proposing is actually adding a schedule 3, which will be the actual maps. And so the definitions of each area will be the description, but then also the actual boundaries set out in the maps, which will be in the bylaw itself. So then it's extra clear exactly where we mean.
That sounds great. Everyone happy with that? Yeah, okay, good. All right, we're moving on to accessibility.
Yeah,
Still on page 518.
Just one submission point on accessibility, which I thought was a good reminder that everybody wants access to sites where they can walk or walk their dog or so on and so forth. So there's at least one submitter who's also dealing with someone in a wheelchair as well, and so on. So we do want to be aware of everyone in the community, I think.
Absolutely, and I think that was an excellent reminder. Not that we need reminding, but you know, I think that there are a number of those who fall into it when we have a very high percentage actually in Cambridge alone fall into the disability sector, and so they often will have dog companions. So yeah, agree. Okay, enforcement. So on page 519.
Basically comes back to my earlier comment as to how much enforcement do we want to be able to cope with. How much are we prepared to accept in terms of people saying, why wasn't there somebody there at that moment when we can't be everywhere all of the time? So no actual recommendation as such, but to say this is just part of the background.
I wondered if that education comment that came through earlier today from one of the submitters kind of falls into this category as well. Yeah, Claire, and then Marcus.
Yeah, thanks, Liz. Yeah, I agree. And also in the staff comments was that it's important for people seeing these misdemeanors to report it to council actually, and not just post it on social media. Yeah, because unless we're informed of it, yeah. I mean, I don't know whether or not you could photograph the dog and the owner that actually committed the offence. I don't know, but certainly saying what's happening so that we're more aware of it, I guess.
Yeah, good point. Marcus?
Yeah, just to make sure like maybe we do some more enforcement sort of semi-regularly, because at the moment, people are complaining about not picking up their dog crap and things like that. But if we actually had like, a couple like once a month or somebody goes around Lake Naroto or goes up Kakapuku or somewhere and just wearing a Waipa district thing so it's more visible, then that can change behaviour in dog users as well.
Okay, any other comments on that? No. Let's move on to cemeteries, page 521.
Okay, this is where we're coming into recommendations and decisions and drafting changes from now on. So 3 submissions on cemeteries, on leash or prohibiting, or just a general comment, which is really around consistency, I think, that between our cemeteries, and we're talking council managed ones here. The recommendation is that dogs should be allowed on leash only, not running around, but on the other hand, as people have said, that they like to take the dogs to visit the family members who have passed.
Okay, comments on cemeteries. So the recommendations that dogs should be allowed on leash only in all council managed cemeteries. Is everyone in
Madam
agreement
Chair,
with that?
I'd like to actually support the amendment that you've done on the grounds that there are people that have passed but have a good relationship with their pet, or the person that's actually attending has a relationship. The only thing I think that they've got to respect, of course, those that are having a ceremony or a service at the time.
Yeah.
Okay, which would be just due diligence possibly, but so I would support this. I think there is a place to walk around and visit those that have passed with your dog if possible.
Okay, everyone in agreement with that? Yeah, I'm seeing lots of nodding. Right, there we go, Graham.
Yeah.
Okay, playgrounds, page 522.
Again, as I understand it, this applies to the playground itself, not the entire site. Following Councillor St Pierre's comments on sports grounds, so the same argument applies. Our recommendation is to keep playgrounds as dogs prohibited. We know that people take them in on leash. We know that happens. If we made it on leash, then they'll go in off leash. Our recommendation is that we keep dogs prohibited from children's playgrounds.
I think we're all in agreement with that. Is now the right time to talk about McLean Street? Talking about playgrounds and
McLean Street is a specific location that we'll be coming to later.
Okay,
There's a specific location.
excellent. Schools, page 523.
Okay, this is probably more of a Diana question, but schools are not actually public places that we manage. Therefore, we were not quite sure why the school grounds were in the bylaw in the first place. There is a submission from the schools to say, can you please remove us from the bylaw anyway? Our recommendation is that we don't actually set policy or rules for dogs on the school's grounds, but any schools that do wish to put restrictions, we can always put that information on the council website for them so that it promotes that, but they're not actually part of the bylaw or policy.
Absolutely. Look, I felt that made sense. It's ministry land. So, Mike, you're in agreement? Oh, you're stepped away. Okay. Okay.
Approved.
Okay. Still on page 523, the sports grounds and playing fields.
Okay, this comes back to the same point really that we've already mentioned around prohibiting dogs from the rugby and cricket sports grounds that we manage at all times. Obviously, the surrounding areas on the platform. There have been suggestions this morning from submissions around submitters restricting it to particular sports seasons. I'm not sure about soccer and rugby, but I think they might well have practice outside seasons as well on those sports grounds. Cricket less so, but my experience is that dog waste is not always easy to pick up. If you are the really considerate person that does pick up and the lot that don't, and if dog waste isn't picked up, it does stay around for quite some time in spite of the weather. Last thing a rugby or a soccer player wants, or even a fielder wants, is old dog waste around on the sports ground. So we're recommending that the prohibition is at all times.
Yeah, and I just take some of the earlier comments too around this bylaw might be in place for the next 10 years. There's a lot of growth to come into Waipa. There's more people, more sports, a different variety of sports potentially. So I just wonder if we should be future proofing those off-season or off-the-shoulder type seasonal activities. Brad?
Yeah, I think you did right. I was just make that point, Liz. But also, even outside the time of structured sport, there's passive sport. People will go around, throw a frisbee, kick a ball around. To have that space where there's no conflict with a dog chasing after the ball or things like that, I think it's really important. So yeah, just backing up that point that Graham made earlier.
Roger?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I just think that the sports seasons are getting so, when does the rugby season start and finish? You know, all these seasons are kind of blurring in their start and finish times. So it's going to be impractical to try and restrict it to a certain point in time. So I think it's got to be a general prohibition. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Monty?
Yeah, I just wanted to query you on your recommendation refers to council managed sports grounds. Given the sports field review and stuff we're having, just a query on that technical point. I hear that Diana's talking about Schedule 3 where there's going to be mapping, but we're actually talking about all council sports fields, not just managed ones, right?
Yeah, if I could, to the chair, I think that's probably a good point to raise. I think probably the wording there should be council-owned fields, because whether they're managed by us or not, we do have some third-party owned fields, and so they can obviously determine their own rules. I think for any council-owned fields, it's probably the wording there. Okay with you there, Graham?
Yep, everyone's in agreement?
Okay, that would be an amendment for governance to record. Joe, have you got that?
Okay, everybody, we'll move now on to Cambridge ward. Starting with Lake Tukutu. Starts on page 531, but the drafting changes is on 541.
Yeah, the locations are arranged alphabetically with this exception because Lake Tukutu is sort of dominates the whole of Appendix 2. It's about a quarter of the document in terms of the comments. Comments around whether it should be used for off-leash or just on-leash. A lot of comments, as you can imagine, on the hours. What is interesting is that last year in the community engagement, 50% of the respondents wanted the lake area to be on leash only and 50% off leash. We've obviously taken that on board. We've proposed these different hours, and now only 9% of the submitters wanted it to be on leash only. So there was the compromise seems to have really found favour. I'll let Brad talk to the considerations of the concept plan, but I did contact Mana Whenua specifically on this, and I'm not aware that any of the submissions have come from them. I may have just not identified that, but I'm not aware that they have. Is there anything more you want to say on the concept plan?
Thanks, Graham. So through the concept plan, Mana Whenua did have input into that as part of that process. So again, I'm not sure whether they've submitted specifically to this here or not, but they did have input into that concept plan, which did suggest that at such a time that the bylaw was reviewed, that we would look to reduce the amount of dogs on Te Kutu, primarily for the picnicking in that family space. So we still support that position. Obviously, we've tried to make an accommodation using those hours, which I think is good support today, just to find a bit of a compromise there. But we really do want to provide that safe space. You'll be aware that the track around Te Kutu is relatively narrow. And if you've got a young family or if you've got mobility issues, it can be a little bit tight through there. So to get away from a dog that was even on leash, but still very friendly towards you, you may not have the opportunity. So that was kind of our reasoning there. And as we all talked about today, already growth is going to become more and more important, not only for dog users, but people from the community. I mean, the large contingent of us in the community service space are also dog owners, so we can understand the sensitivities here, but that's our position that we still sort of aligned with the concept plan by having that provision of a dedicated time where you don't have dogs going around the lake.
Claire. Oh, and sorry, Monty, did you first? No, Claire first.
Yeah, thanks, Liz. So the proposal is to have an on-leash time and an off-leash time. So that's still what's being proposed. Yeah. Look, I'm comfortable with that. There was a suggestion that we designate the picnicking area as on-leash all the time, or even if it's got a playground, be prohibited. But
prohibited, I think. Humans only is
Yeah.
what I think was
and I
proposed.
thought, well, I thought that was quite a good suggestion. It had merit, because at least there is an area that is attractive for picnicking, and you just know that the dogs won't be there.
Yeah, I'd like to support that position as well. I still think that it would be nice to have an area where dogs are prohibited, and that those who've got children or people who don't like dogs know that this is a safe place.
Yeah.
Interested to hear from other councillors on this. Mike? Yes. Just talking off the top, no, honestly, look, I open up the debate. So Andrew, you go first, then Mike.
It just seems to me that if it's not fenced, it's, kind of pretty much open scatter and impossible to adequately enforce, but could be wrong, of course.
Mike, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I've got a comment on something else actually through the chair. Just on Brad's comment, it's around with how far you complicate it. I mean, I talked to someone the other day and she talked to us about a walk she'd done with her dog, and this thing was on leash, off leash, with a particular walk around town she did. And personally, I thought what a nightmare that was. But with this here, one side of that lake is quite open. The town side's quite wide and quite open. The sort of Mangakawa side, or the Thornton Road side, is what's actually narrower. And so as signage, I'm just thinking, could you actually have off leash, but around a certain part of that lake, it sort of is on leash, for what? Yeah, well, it's complicated, but I understand what you're saying, and I think there's a way around giving people space to get out of the way of a dog on one side of that lake, but definitely not the other.
Thanks, Mike.
Oh, mate,
Monty, then Phil.
This needs a workshop. in
Look, I
itself.
think, one of the things you're trying to do here is avoid conflict, right, between the different groups of users. And we're already getting in trouble on Lake Te Kutu here because you've got on leash on the upper terrace. We're proposing a time split off leash in the bottom. And if we go to a prohibited area as well, you've got all three jammed right in together. So there's some merit in keeping this simple, I think. And if eventually you did get to a playground down there, that would then fall into the playground prohibition, which would sort of make a bit more sense because it's a little bit more of a defined area. But I'd be advocating keep this as simple as possible. The timing's already adding difficulty, but yeah, let's not jam too many zones in together. You're just going to make, you're just asking for conflict, which is what we're trying to avoid here. We're trying to facilitate civilized sharing, really, aren't we?
Did you want to have another go?
Yeah. Just with that there though, why I think that's got merit is because the council have got barbecues down there, which we've invested in. There's nice trees. There's a toilet there, which is the only toilet that's easily accessible. and with not too much infrastructure of not fencing the whole thing, but just really the lakeside and maybe a bit up the car park there a little bit. I think you can quite naturally make it reasonably safe and not confusing. Because people do picnic there, and there's little babies and there's all sorts of kids, and I'm talking more summertime. If dogs just aren't there, I could see how it'd be a hell of a lot easier for people.
Can I just make the point too that I have a lot of people that tell me they don't go to Kutu at all because they're afraid of dogs. So it is a very well-known dog area. So if there was a small portion that could be made prohibitive of dogs, I think we would see people in other parts of our community being able to enjoy it. Philip and then Claire.
Yeah, thank you. I'd be in favour of a area being dog prohibited around that barbecue area, and whether instead of fencing it, could you plant an area to make it a boundary border, but the balance of the lake have them off lead. So could you plant it instead of putting a rigid fence?
Okay, so we'll let staff deal with how they would do the perimeter, but the question is, do we want to have a prohibited area? And then we still need to resolve whether we're going to introduce the hours. Roger.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I like the idea of making the lake more accessible to a greater sector of the community. But I think it's got to be done carefully because it is a beautiful area. And I think however we describe that area that's going to be dog prohibitive, then it needs to be aesthetically pleasing. And I'll leave that to the staff to design, but it's got to be done nicely and well. But I certainly agree with the picnic area and making that more accessible to a broader sector of the community. But with the on-leash and off-leash times, I think we've hit a kind of a middle ground there. And I think that makes it meets the needs of both sectors of the on-leash and off-leash community. So I quite like that. I'm not too sure whether there needs to be any further restriction there than just those times. So I'm in favour of those times.
So this is the new times, the new
times.
recommended times, the 10 till 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I think we have agreed on. And I think the prohibitive portion just may strike, I think, some favour with local iwi as well. So I'd like to accommodate that. And I'm not seeing anyone nodding their heads, so I'm hoping that we've struck a good harmony and balance here on this very large issue. Yeah. Any other comments? Otherwise, we will move on.
Well, yeah, no, I hear what people are saying, and I guess not my area, not my ward, but if it's practical to have a prohibited area around barbecues and that makes sense. And I'd just like to, I don't know if I agree with you, Mike, on the on-lead, off-lead thing. I mean, you have areas where the dogs are off-lead, you have them where they're on-lead. It's no different to changing speeds on the road. You have them for a reason, and people abide by it. Did I say that?
Okay, any other comments?
Yeah.
Graham, is that clear for you? We're moving to the hours.
Moving to the hours.
And we've just got a new-
and trying to find a prohibited section. Is that?
Yeah, it's just to protect the barbecue areas for those that don't frequent the lake because they don't like dogs. There'll be just a small portion where we know we'll have a dog-free zone.
So putting my dog walker hat on, Not that this applies to me, of course, but please don't include the toilet block in the prohibited area, because if you do need to go and you've got the dog, you need to leave the dog, or you need to take the dog with you. So purely
We're
practical.
going to leave staff to determine. We're not going to get into any detail on this subject really, because I think staff will make the suggested recommendation around where it's best to put the perimeter.
Yeah, we'll have to look at that because obviously the boundary is going to raise some potential enforcement issues. And I'm just conscious of the feedback when prohibited was first mentioned in relation to Lake Te Kutu in the early stages, and we haven't consulted specifically on any prohibition at Lake Te Kutu, so we will have to consider that as well.
No, I don't think we had any comments around prohibiting dogs from the lake at all.
So I'm just going to come back to Monty, who's got he's got a comment.
It's the same point. I won't make it again.
Could I just say,
Claire.
there were some general comments from submitters that they didn't go to Lake Te Kutu because they didn't feel safe and they would like to be able to have access. I mean, there were generally, that did come through with some submitters. I feel we're justified in just having a small part of the lake area, yeah, as dog free. Yeah, but not limiting, like getting around the lake, I'd say, or being sensible about toilet access.
Okay, I think we've struck hopefully a happy place for the time being. We may not have completely resolved this, but I think given a little bit of direction to staff on what we would like to accommodate. Mike.
Yeah, when it comes back to September, will you bring a couple of concepts around what this might look like, the prohibited part? Because I could see, just based on Claire's comments, it could sort of morph into that little arm, or it could not, or it could be where the bollards are.
So can I answer that? I think we'd like to workshop this before then. I don't think I'd be wanting to see the concept plans at that meeting where we're finalising the policy.
So we have the workshop day on the 12th of September, which we can try and see if there's any agenda space. I don't think there'll be a long component of the meeting, so we can try and pull something together. It will be basic in that time frame, but I think we can probably do some nice green engineering around, because I don't think we want big harsh fences around in that space. It's going to be more around landscaping of plants and things like that, just to create that bit of visual barrier. We can try to come up with something.
Okay. Okay, everybody, thank you. Let's move on to Blackie Reserve. Brian Mayo, who remembers Blackie? Am I the only one? No, good. Yeah, no, great man. Did lots of work for the Cambridge Tree Trust, of course. So the reserve on page 541, we are on.
Our proposal was to change this from on leash and make it off leash. 3 submissions all in favour of that. We've sort of extended that to some of the walkways coming out from the eastern end of that reserve and going along the expressway. So, which has thoroughly confused me. But in terms of amending the status of those walkways as well. So going northwards would be on leash. I think we had it as off leash in the consultation. Going towards the southeast along the expressway corridor there towards Thornton Road, becoming off leash instead. So I think we got it wrong in the consultation. So we're just swapping it around.
Okay.
So that's if you can follow that.
Yep, no, I think this is pretty straightforward, actually, Monty.
Just one point in your recommendation, line 3, you say northeast to Watkins Road. When I checked that out, I think you mean northwest towards Watkins Road.
I told you I was getting confused.
Yes, you're right. It is
You're right.
northwest.
Yeah, thank you.
And Mike?
Yeah, Matt's got a map if we just want to flip that up if we feel we need to.
I've heard a lot of support for this. So I think it's a very good move, but Mike, you've got
Yeah,
comment?
just with under the draft changes, just the sort of name change, Brian Blackie, and the spelling of Brian. Did we have it wrong in the beginning, or?
We had a discussion on this and we went for the I in Brian rather than the Y. Diana, can you remember where we picked that up from?
The current bylaw uses the Y, and then we looked at our maps, which refers to the I. So we've used the I.
We just needed a
Okay,
single
well, let's just make
council
sure we
member.
get this right. So I don't want the family to be upset by this. So I'm
And-
sure we can work out whether it's an I or a Y.
Everyone knew the guy's Blackie, which when you see the sign, that's why it's in brackets, but we'll drop that too. Have we talked to the family to make sure we've got all this right? No.
Philip.
Thank you. Is this off leash or on leash?
So the recommendation is to go from on to off,
Yep, perfect.
which I'm supportive of. Is everyone else supportive? This has found great favour with dog lovers. Okay, we'll now move on to the Cambridge Park Oval, page 542. Lots of submissions on this again. Graham, I'll hand over to you.
Yeah, lots of submissions on this. Heard a couple of submissions this morning on this one. Lots of ideas around the times as well. The proposal was to go from the current on leash to the off leash, on leash split. We proposed the same hours just for consistency. Don't have to be the same hours, of course, but consistency, at least around Cambridge, might be really useful for people. If it was the parks team or the animal control team altogether, have suggested extending a walkway from, so I'm just trying to make sure I can find it, Clifford Close to the Shelley Street Reserve, just taking off, I think, a corner of a paddock. So that would enable access to an off-leash exercise area in the Shelley Street Reserve as an alternative. So that would be, there you go, you can just see it on there in pink. The oval is towards the top right, just that area there. So that gives access to another exercise area. And I think the distance is half a kilometre, if that. So so you get a bit of an extra dog walk there and back as well. So looking at the oval then in part of the wider exercise provision. So.
And look, that seemed like a really sensible solution to me to enable more accessible places for off leash. Okay, any comment on that? Is everyone happy with the suggestion that we move the oval to the daylight saving on lead, off lead? I'm a little nervous around the size of the oval and some of the comments around not a lot of space for just, say soccer practice. That's the only thing. It is quite a small area. So at the moment it is on leash only, or supposedly, and probably hasn't been, people haven't really been sticking to the rules, probably fair to say. So there's a lot of requests, and we've had a lot of requests or support for off leash. So we want to try and enable that. Enabling the new area, is that enough? Or do we want to have the off leash in the oval with those new hours? So feel like you're in an impossible situation sometimes, don't we? Right, Mike, Monty. Monty, then Andrew.
I just thought that given the evident conflict here, that the the mandated sharing arrangement made perfect sense, and it's a really good one to put that in place, I think.
Okay, Andrew.
Yeah, I guess no matter what we do, not everyone's going to be happy with this. probably goes through a whole policy actually, but this is probably as good as we're going to get in this on this particular one.
Okay, Claire?
Yes, I'm not that familiar with that area, but it looks like that Shelley Street Reserve is a lot larger on, yeah. So, and that's the new access for off leash, is that right? Yeah, so yeah, in a way it should take the pressure off the oval, really. I mean, I'd rather, yeah, the accounts that were given of yeah, the abuse of the, I suppose, you know, the privilege of walking a dog there, yeah, and yeah, so I just think it's probably better to try and get people who want to be off leash to be down at the Shelley Street Reserve.
Just a reminder, the Shelley Street Reserve is an exercise area already. We're just trying to get more access to it from Cambridge Park. That was the idea of the walkway. It's a much bigger area.
Sorry.
The walkway, how well, and practically, how well is it going to be lit up for people in the winter time and safety and things like that? Are we going to have that? That's going to be the next thing that people are going to come to us about?
Oh, look, you could say that about every park. I guess for me, let's just try and, if we can, let's just make a call on the oval, whether we're going to go to the hours or whether we're going to keep it on lead.
On lead.
Only?
Yep, it's tiny. I'd even not have dogs on there.
Roger?
I was going for the sharing regime.
So 2 for sharing, 1 for on lead.
We're trying to, yeah, but I am concerned about the trying to enforce it, because it sounds from what we've heard that there's quite an off-leash group that's kind of dominating usage on that area.
Marcus?
It keeps the communities interesting and stuff, and you have different users using things. I'm happy with the times because it sets preference, I think, for the other parks around Cambridge and stuff. So if I take my dog there, I know it's the same times if I go to like Te Kuru and stuff.
Yeah, I'm in favour of that, but I wouldn't be having dogs there at all, to be honest. How big
Okay, so you've gone from on lead to hours to off lead.
Well, yeah, on lead, but no dog, or no dogs. If that's, I wouldn't have them off lead.
Okay.
I would actually have it as a no dog area. But if you want a question about on or off, it's on lead. If you want an answer, and that area must be tiny, 4,000 squares.
Well, it's still relatively. It's still like it's big enough to go for a good walk.
You've got a restaurant, you've got a cafe there, haven't we?
Okay, any comment on this side, Mike?
Yeah, hey, I'm in my comments from I guess a kid family point of view, is a lot of you probably haven't seen this place, but it is small, and there is concern. You let your kids go out in your neighbourhood park, because that's what this thing is. It is not kids from other places coming to visit. It's really local neighbourhood park. And just the whole and the well-being of kids, and to be able to go out play with your mates and hit a game of cricket or play a game of soccer and not have dogs running through us and be allowed to go there in the beginning because mum and dad said, well, actually, you can hear the conflict happening through some of the stuff already. So I actually don't agree, Marcus, with every park is the same and every time therefore is the same, because they're actually different. It'd be nice if they all were. It'd be easy, but actually, I think at times you've got to differentiate, and I think this is one of them for me. So I'm absolutely opposed to dogs off lead in this area. Yeah, dogs on lead, fine, but that's what it's at.
Okay. Marcus?
How many complaints have we've had lots of complaints, but still I think like it's a local area with local people. Like, shouldn't, I don't know, wouldn't you just
Let's get some staff comments.
I'll throw this to you. We've got both ends of the spectrum here and very few in the middle. So we've got quite a few vocal about wanting to have their dogs on leash and then we've got the other side that get together and want to have their dogs off leash. So at the moment it's on leash. So we've had complaints that they should be on leash and they're not. And then we've got the other parties because that's how they want to use the park, asking for it to be off leash. But yeah, that's literally the two extremes.
487
Thank
metres
you.
to walk.
No complaints in terms of attacks or anything I'm aware of, but definitely in terms of off leash.
Okay, Brad?
Look, I was just going to highlight that's the reason why we've kind of got the option there to enable that pathway into the actual designated area already. It's nice, big, expensive. Look, it could probably do some improvement. It's a basic offer in there, but it's got big open spaces for it, and it kind of then takes that conflict away from the little park by the cafe there, which you kind of want that nice freedom to relax out onto the green if you're going to be doing that.
Could somebody please tell us what the size of that park is? Measuring thing, please.
So I can see it on here as just under 8,000 square metres.
2 acres.
About a hectare.
There are a couple of photographs in Appendix 2 that I took that just trying to show the extent of it as flat grass, a couple of paths. You can see the housing around about to get an idea of the size.
All right. I feel like we are going to have to do a show of hands for this one. So there are two options. One is a on lead only, which is the oval, and that is status quo. And I'm going to ask for show of hands for status quo. On lead. 5. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and off. Well, moving to the hours. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't vote. So it's status quo. Status quo. Right, moving on. Well, let's move to the John Kirkhoff Park.
Chair, just to remind.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. I think there needs to be some comment though about making sure that the signage does very clearly and is maintained at all times, that you don't get the removal of the signs or the graffitiing of the signs that changes the possible understanding of the intent.
Yeah, we've got signage coming up later, so I totally agree.
There is the second bit of that recommendation around the feasibility study of the walkway to Shelley Street Reserve. We're still
Right,
okay
Graham.
with that?
Oh, yeah.
Are we still okay with that?
Yes.
one? Yeah.
Absolutely, to enable off leash through to the Shelley Street, absolutely, yeah. Yeah. Okay, moving on to our John Kirkhoff Park. So we are on page 547.
The recommendation is to prohibit dogs from the playing fields. The boundary path, which you can see in one of the photographs in Appendix 2, is not fenced. There are some submitters who wanted the path to stay off leash, but really there's nothing stopping a dog other than being under perfect control. I heard that many dogs aren't. There's nothing to stop them running onto the playing fields themselves. So our recommendation was the path becomes on leash. Playing fields are prohibited to dogs.
So this proposal is to prohibit dogs. Everyone in agreement with that? Or is an alternative opinion? Everyone's happy? Okay, rightio, that's all good. Move to the Karapiro Gully.
Yeah, with 4 submissions, 2 wanting to have dogs being allowed through there off leash, 2 wanting it to be dog prohibited. I'm not sure that we're actually doing anything in that, but that it is, I believe, subject to some habitat restoration. Is that correct, Brad?
That's correct. There's very limited access to the public at the moment through that site. And we will go with Ngāti Hoa Mahi Trust to restore the site over a period of time.
Okay, all in favour with that proposal? Okay, good, thank you. Motocross tracks, our next one on page 552. No, sorry, I've missed one. McKinnon Park, sorry.
McKinnon Park, yeah.
McKinnon
For
Park,
submission,
change from-
3 in favour of the proposal, which is to go from on leash to off leash. One providing an alternative comment, which is really around the dog shows up there anyway. So that's more of a, I think, an operational issue for animal control. So on leash to off leash.
Yeah, I think that there was a lot of favour for that. And I'm going to guess that we're happy with the next one as well, which is McLean Street.
Of course, McLean Street Reserve, we come to the question, if you approve the on leash to off leash from McLean Street Reserve, there is the question then of the small dogs.
So is there enough
This is
room
the
to do?
location of
Oh.
the submitter that we heard earlier.
Yeah. So the submitter, Vivian, was looking for a enclosed small dog exercise area. So is there room to do both? Yeah, Brad, you're the best person to ask.
Yeah, I think so. So this is one of the areas that we thought that we could, to offset some of the restrictions that Te Koto was to offer another site here by taking pretty much where that fence starts with the playground, go right across the front of the reserve on Thornton Road, so it runs parallel. So what we could do is have the fence that is currently in play for the playground, keep that for the small dogs, and the back area could be kept for larger dogs in the fenced area as well.
Love that
Is kind of
idea.
what we think is- we can share it on the screen if you like.
Well, I think we're all in agreement. I think we can all visualize it. It's a very popular place already, but we're all familiar with it. So yeah. I think that,
Madam Chair, would we actually place that limitation on kilograms, like on the weight of the dog or the size of the dog?
Oh, that's
'Cause
kind of
that was a proposal that we had
a
this morning.
sensitive
I
subject
thought
for
that
some
had-
people,
that
Lou.
had some merit. No, what I'm saying is that there is when you're talking large and small dogs, there's different interpretations. And as I say, I was just wondering whether you wanted to take it for a small dog, whether you want
I
to do it or
think
not.
I think what we'll do is we'll allow the staff
wanted to ask
their discretion to decide whether that should or shouldn't. But there's such a thing as an overweight dog, right? So be a bit tricky.
Yeah, Madam Chair,
All right, I'm going to let Carl.
I think this is just one that would fit well and truly in the education space. So maybe around signage and stuff that says, hey, look, this area is designed for smaller dogs. If we do install any equipment longer term, that it is designed for smaller dogs. So effectively make it unattractive to the larger dogs by default is probably the best way to go. I'm not going to have staff traveling around with scales and stuff to try and enforce something formal in a bylaw, but certainly we can develop in such a way as to try and make it attractive, I guess.
I can see
Yeah,
I can
right.
see this going so wrong, right? But look, absolutely, and you just provide the right equipment for the type of dog that might enjoy it. Philip, did you have something?
100% support off lead, but don't support it at all small and large dog areas. How are you going to administrate all this? It's just extra cost, extra work, blah, blah, blah. So many public areas all around the country. Go back to the beach. I walk my Labrador up. They play with small dogs. Small dogs play with big dogs.
So the fence is already there, though. I think that's the point,
Sorry?
right? The fence is already there.
Well, yeah, but how you...
And
like Carl said, you're not going to have staff going around with scales and all this sort of stuff. And
No,
you're going to get people ringing up the numbers here in the office to put in a complaint or
So staff are supportive of this proposal for small dogs.
Are they?
I think it's a great idea.
Yes, they are, Philip. Sorry, I don't think you're yeah, so everyone's in agreement on the existing fence being for small dogs inside. So I'm not too sure where you're coming from. I'm lost. Yep.
If you look at,
Sorry, Andrew, Mike, and then Brad.
if Brad and his team can make this work on, yeah, let's make it work.
You happy, Mike?
Yeah, and just from a safety point of view, Brett, and you guys will be all over it, but hearing some of the submissions about having the open areas next to busy roads, which this obviously is. So the old multi-bar fence is going to deal with those concerns from residents, you know, like the multi.
Okay, Brad.
Yeah, look, so we're getting into a little bit of detail here, but just so you can, just for clarification on the screen there, the small box at the top left of that bigger box, that's what's currently already fenced. So all it's going to take, all the posts are still there in reasonably good condition. So it's just going to take a bit of netting around the inside, and then probably along the same for Thornton Road there, just to make sure they don't run onto the road. But we've kind of got a bit of basic infrastructure there already. The northern fence was something we'll need to put into place, but that's a relatively low cost. So yeah, I mean, some of the things that they talked about in terms of enrichment, in terms of, you know, planting, landscaping, some exercise equipment, that's a bit of a different conversation. That's probably something we'll have to take through the long-term plan, because we won't have that funding available. But the fencing elements, we should be able to do within existing budgets.
Yeah, okay. Brilliant. Everyone happy with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, through the chair, we're just wondering how we would define a small dog park legally in the bylaw. So it might be just a case that we design it as such. So it's still defined as an off-leash area, but maybe we define it's that size limit that's the tricky bit, I think.
I wonder, Graham, if we, instead of being a technical, like legal small area, whether we just do some etiquette signage around it and do it that way instead of a hard and fast law.
I agree. Let's test it. Let's test it. Make sure it sees usage as well. You know, and then we can kind of move to anything more formal if that's deemed necessary in the future.
Excuse me, through the chair, I'm not sure there's sort of really the scope of power to make different rules of different types of dogs under the bylaw, making powers under the Act. So there's also that element. So it might be practical elements, but in terms of enforceable bylaw for different types of breeds.
We'll just make it, yeah, we'll just call it we'll just to make it practical, utilize practical signage and hopefully a common sense attitude is that people decide whether the dog is big or small.
Some photos, a little Shih Tzu and a little dog, some photos, visual images.
Oh dear, what could possibly go wrong with that? Okay, are we all good up the front here? Yep. Don't need any breaks. Everyone's happy.
You know, I think just maybe go for a little bit and I think break before we get too much.
I know that there's some people who are very keen to keep moving because there's other appointments this afternoon, but we are making excellent progress. We'll carry on. You just let us know if you need a.
Just to catch up on it.
Okay, it is 4 minutes, 55-minute break, guys. Just 5 minutes. Just to get the team. Yeah, okay. Good. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hey, look, it's getting pretty late in the day. You can see we're nearing 3 o'clock, and of course, this is usually the time that we would be finishing. So what I'll do is suggest that we maybe do an adjournment of the deliberations until next Tuesday. So next week was a scheduled day for our deliberations as well. So I've got a recommendation here. The Strategic Planning and Policy Committee adjourns until 12 p.m. on Tuesday, 22nd of August, 2023. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Thank you, Mike.